Okay, we're good. Please continue with your recap of last session.
All right. So, upon finding the wolf's mane at the cool healing pond, um, Theron found a entrance to some catacombs that the party traipsed through the first level of, opening crypts and defiling graves, and noticing that all of the bones and bodies were moved out of the crypt. Fought some ghouls, and then at the end of the first, uh, at the end of the first level, they came upon a demonic statue, and the demonic statue promised to answer one question with absolute truth, um, at least as far as you can trust a demonic talking statue. Um, and the its answer um, hinted at the uh, wife of the new bailiff being the one to poison the old bailiff and the ranger scout. Um, After which it exploded, killing Corvus and uh, Isabella. Um, and so, as the party was bringing the dead bodies of their comrades out of the crypt, they were ambushed by uh, a group of bandits, uh, which consisted of 3 archers, 2 fighters, 2 warriors, and a mage. And the mage just kept throwing fireballs and setting everything on fire. After a decently long combat, the one bandit had run away after snapping his bowstring, and the party had captured one warrior and after Hathnar hacked off his leg, and then Theron disabled the caster. And I believe we ended. Did we end as we were going to the uh, keep, or at the keep?
You ended the session ended with everybody arriving safely at the keep after the event after the travel through the woods. The rest of the way was uneventful, and as of right now, um, the first order of business was to go to the chapel so that Goliath could deliver the wolf's bane to the cleric whose name is Zavin, the cleric of Pelor, who's also the one that's skilled in medicine. So he began to brew up the potion and work with Goliath for his healing ritual. And the bodies of Corvus and Isabella were laid out in the chapel, and Corvus was unable to be resurrected. And the question of
Hmm.
resurrection with Isabella is still in the air right now. So we're gonna roleplay that Isabella has not yet been resurrected, which is why Philip's not here right now. And after that business was taken care of, Noah decided to stay in the chapel with the rest of the clerics and priests to assist with whatever way that she could.
Sounds about right.
And everybody else decided to go back to the inn and to basically pass out and go to sleep because it was well after midnight by the time you returned.
What
I
about our
forgot.
prisoners?
The prisoners were turned over to Captain Krug and his men, and they were taken to the one prisoner that required medical attention after having his leg cut off was taken to the chapel. So he's at the chapel receiving medical attention, and the caster was taken to like basically like the brig, which is located near the soldiers' barracks in the inner part of the keep, where the bailiff has his quarters.
So very specifically, not taking it to the bailiff, but taking it to the captain of the guard, because the bailiff's trustworthiness through his wife is in suspect. Is what Theron suggests through
Yeah,
writing and gestures and action.
Elduane would agree with that course of action. Well, I mean, we've already done it, so
Yeah.
would have agreed with that course of action.
Hathnor wouldn't have had any idea what he was talking about,
Yeah.
given that he wasn't there.
Well, if somebody wants to go ahead and fill in Hathnar, so that he can be aware of what's going on, and then after that, then the remaining party members are going to go to sleep, and then we're going to start this session a little bit differently, where I'm going to narrate a dream that everybody has all at the same time.
Okay.
All right.
But if you guys want to let Hathnar know what's going on first.
Since Theron knows him the best, and if Hathnar has the patience, he'll write down what happened and what's going on and fill him in.
I see. This is a dire turn of events indeed.
And it also seems like Hathnar was the only one that knew Corvus, so him being the closest friend or the closest person that knew him will probably end up having to decide what to do with his body.
I would be fine with Corvus being an NPC.
Well, we also know that Corvus didn't believe in any of the gods or anything, so I reckon he probably just cremate him.
Yeah.
That's all Noah really remembers. He kind of came in, and I don't want to say he shit talked, but he kind of naysayed when we were doing all the religious stuff.
He did have a poor attitude when it came to the gods.
Yeah, that was kind of his thing. But I mean, I would be fine with Corvus being an NPC, but if he's dead, then I guess just bury him.
Well, we'll see. I'll figure it out about Corvus later on. He may come in useful, so you never can tell.
Zombie Corvus.
No
He's
more.
gonna join the army of the undead.
Yeah,
No more.
In fact, if he's dead, yeah, cremate him.
Okay.
No more zombie fire-breathing comrades.
Yeah, we definitely don't want a repeat of what happened when Frayne came back.
What kind of burial practices does the local church usually use?
Well, there's actually a catacomb underneath the keep that would house the remains of the higher level soldiers and the bailiff's family and the previous bailiffs. And as for rituals, because the keep has an all faiths chapel, it's basically like a commingling of all of the different rites of all the good aligned gods kind of mishmashed together. So
Alright.
there would be funeral pyres, there would be internment in the crypt, there would be basically any ritual you can think of that follows a good aligned deity is available to be performed. Because there's at least one representative of every good aligned deity in the chapel.
The only thing that makes me sad is we can't do what I know Corvus would really want and have his ashes turned into the most potent poison ever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. some poison of Corvus ash.
Exactly.
Hey, I mean, some of his poisons did have ashes in them.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, it did. There was one poison in particular that I think had human ashes in it.
Yeah, I think it was the biggest worst one.
Yeah, that's right. So by this time, after all the business of the day has been wrapped up, and the prisoners are secured, and the sick and the dead are taken to the chapel, and the rituals are being performed, the rest of the party members are weary. You've been traveling all day long. You've been battling. You explored a crypt. Um, so everybody's exhausted. Everybody just wants to lay down and go to sleep. And so one by one, everybody trudges off to their quarters, whether it be a room at the tavern, or in the chapel, or wherever it is that you're going to lay your head and rest for the night. And during the course of your sleep, your sleep is not restful. Your sleep is fitful and visited with dreams, and they're the kind of dreams that you can't remember after you wake up with your face covered with sweat in the middle of the night. But there is one dream that you have that sticks out vividly in your mind after you awake. And in the dream, you see the keep as it was maybe 45 or 50 years ago. And in your dream, you see two unmistakable figures. You immediately recognize these two figures as being the younger versions of Brother Gilmore and Captain Krug. And there's a third man with them that they continue to address as Roberts. And so then you realize that this is in fact the first bailiff Roberts that's passed away in the present. And they're all young men, and they're doing what young men do. They're having adventures. They're exploring. They're fighting monsters and goblins. And suddenly, a courier presents Roberts with a letter, and the letter bears the sad news that his father has died, and his presence is requested at the keep post haste, so that he may resume his honor-bound duties. At around the same time, a woman who is a refugee from the wars that were occurring in the South at this time arrives at the keep. Um, and she's seeking shelter. She's seeking a place. Her family and her village have been destroyed, and she's a long way away from home. I mean, we're all the way in the north, and she's originally from the south. And she's allowed she's allowed refugee status into the keep. They allow her to go in, but the people treat her with scorn and distrust because she's from the South. She's one of those dark-haired, mysterious, buxom females and that's a look that's common with the women of the South. And there's the rumors about how women of the South practice sorcery and witchcraft. But she ignores the people talking bad about her, and she ultimately ends up establishing the first herbalist shop in the keep. And she makes potions and healing wares and different things that with her knowledge of herbalism she's able to make medicine. And she stays there for many years. She has very little contact with the rest of the people because the people are scornful or afraid of her. But she continues to serve the people because she wants to help people with her skills. And suddenly, one day after she had been there for about 5 or so years, she mysteriously becomes with child. And everybody notices after a while she is indeed pregnant because you can't exactly hide that after 7 months. But she never says who the father of her child is. She never lets on that she has any kind of personal relationship with anybody at the keep. And she keeps her business to herself. She ignores the rumors and the scornful looks against her, and she continues to serve and help with her herbalism skills. Her child is born. She takes several long walks in the woods with her child, gathering herbs and gathering the supplies that she needs for running her herbalism shop. And One day, a woman brings her child to her, and her child is suffering from a severe cough or maybe asthma or something of the chest and the bronchial nature. She prepares a potion for the child's illness, and the mother of the child, she's illiterate, so she's not able to read the instructions for the potion carefully enough, so she actually overdoses her child on the potion, and the child dies. Immediately they point fingers at the woman, saying that she's evil. She killed the child with sorcery. She needs to be burned as a witch. So the townspeople, in like a rage of what's the word I'm looking for, like a lynch mob.
Yes.
They
Riot?
What's that?
A riot?
No, not really a riot, more like a lynch mob. They kind of they go into her shop, and they grab her and they tie her up, and they bring her before the bailiff. And this is the new young bailiff. He's just taken over the position, so he's young and doesn't exactly know how to handle the situation because he's inexperienced. So he tells the people that they need to handle the situation how they see fit.
Joy.
So they take the woman outside of the walls, and they erect a pyre, and they tie her to a stake, and they set her on fire and burn her as a witch. And if anybody were to look closely at the ground outside of the northern wall of the keep, you'll find a burnt patch of land that, after this fire and after this burning of this woman, the grass never grew back. So it's like a constant reminder. And over the years, the bailiff said that it was a reminder of his sin. And while this woman is being burned alive at the stake, her child is watching, and he swears an oath of vengeance against the keep and the bailiff and everybody who was involved with the death of his mother. And the child is ostracized from the keep, and he travels the world, and the memory of his loving, kind mother and how she wanted nothing to do but to help people, the memory and love for his mother turns into poison in his veins, and he is obsessed with rage and obsessed with vengeance. And he has returned to the keep, only nobody knows who he is. Then everybody wakes up right there with the rooster crowing the dawn.
So was that the new bailiff or the old bailiff?
This story took place in the past, so that was with the old bailiff, when the old bailiff was
Okay.
new.
And the child was very specifically a he.
It was a male child, yes.
Okay.
Was that child Corvus?
Oh
the
snap!
the child was not Corvus.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I know I talked a long time on that one, but
That's fine, man. I mean, story development is the way to go.
Yeah, important story
Yeah.
stuff.
so now everybody's awake, and that dream is fresh in your minds.
I would
So-
go down to. Oh, sorry.
Real quick,
Yeah.
did he specifically vow vengeance, or is that just me interpreting what I heard?
No, the child vowed vengeance against the bailiff,
Okay.
against everybody at the keep, against anybody that even had any remote involvement in the burning death of his mother.
Hey, well, Hafnar will head downstairs and sit at their usual table because he knows their usual table now, and start eating breakfast, contemplating over the dream.
Elduane would head down and, look tired, dark bags under her eyes, sit down and kind of like lean her head up against her hand, half nodding off while she waits for breakfast.
Hathnar will look at her and ask him, "Are you all right, my friend?"
Didn't get much sleep last night. A couple of strange dreams.
Really? Me too.
That's interesting. What were your dreams about?
Well, it was about I don't remember all of it now, but this woman was burned at the stake as a witch, and
Burned
she had
at
a
the.
child who apparently swore vengeance on people in this keep.
Are Are you joking? I had
No,
that
I.
exact same dream last night.
That's very interesting.
Very strange.
Theron comes down with a contemplative look on his face and sits at the
Elduin
table.
Elduin like goes and talks to Theron and says, "You didn't happen to have any interesting dreams last night, did you?"
Theron's eyes widen and he nods and writes down witch burning.
Yes. It
Uh,
seems as though more than one of us have had that dream last night.
And that's when like Noah bursts in, coming in from the chapel where she sleeps. She's got this really purposeful look, like she's about to tell you guys about this vision she had, and then she sees that you all are already talking about, it, and she's just like, "Oh, I see.
You too?
Yes. Yeah,
Come,
witch burning, correct?"
yes, come, take a seat, friend.
And so Noah sits down at the witch burning anonymous table.
Elduin, can Elduin roll like intelligence or something to see if she knows anything about how somebody would induce like a group dream or something?
Yeah, sure, give it a try. Roll an intelligence check.
Yeah. That's on my, or no, that's one under. Intelligence of 17.
So that is a successful check. So you are aware vaguely that there are certain types of magic or spells that can be cast that will allow everybody to um, share the same dream, or the caster can put the images into the people's heads.
um,
So it's very likely that somebody cast that spell on the party, so that they would have that dream at the same time.
It would seem that somebody has somehow afflicted us as a group with this dream. I wonder if anyone other than our group has had it. And I would go up to the innkeeper and ask him if he's either had any strange dreams or heard anything about strange dreams, and I would describe the dream. Not in too much detail.
Well, Nicholas, the proprietor of the tavern, he's kind of a gruff man, and he looks behind him at the statue or the of the fake troll's head on the wall behind the bar, and he says, I don't sleep very much, but when I do, I sleep like a rock, and I don't have any dreams, and I haven't heard anything about any strange dreams from anybody else. You know what? Even if I did have dreams, I wouldn't pay attention to them because they're just nothing more than farts that you have in your brain when you're asleep.
Well, well, if you hear anything about a strange dream by anyone else, please let us know. It's just interesting that the whole group of us had the same dream.
And he kind of says, okay, okay, and he kind of dismisses you with a wave of his hand and goes back to wiping the bar with a dirty rag.
And Elduin would go back and sit with the group.
At this moment, Pippin, the barmaid, she sashays up. She sachets up, and she's got plates of food for breakfast for everybody. And this morning's breakfast, they have some ham and some beans, and they have eggs on request. And
Yeah.
she says, oh darling, I just couldn't help but overhear what you were talking about. I'm not a nosy sort. I'm not someone to go sticking my nose into somebody else's business. But my grandmother, she's been in this keep for a long time, and what you're telling me, or what I heard, sounds like the story she used to tell me about that Southern woman that got burned at the stake. Everybody thought she was a witch.
So you, at least according to your grandmother, these events actually occurred in the past?
Well, I wouldn't take too much stock in what my grandma says, because she yells at tree stumps, and she likes to drink that thunder whiskey. So, but yeah, she's been here for a long time. I mean, she's been here. My grandma remembers when Captain Krug was just a little pup.
And you wouldn't happen, your grandmother wouldn't happen to be still around, would she?
Yeah, she is. She's still alive and kicking. Uh, if you wanted to speak with her, I could definitely arrange that. Now I have to let you know ahead of time though. She doesn't like anybody who's not human, so you might want to hide your pointy little ears when you go and talk to her. But yeah, I can bring her around to talk to you guys.
All right, and I address the group and ask, would you all like to do that after we finish breakfast?
Sounds like a good idea.
Hasnar has a scowl on his face after hearing that this woman doesn't like anyone who's not human, and say, "You have some stilts for me?"
You're a funny dwarf.
I'll be back in just a second.
No problem. So,
So,
Theron, what you're typing to me in the chat? Do you want to share that with the party, or just keep that between you and me?
was that a yes, he can see the resemblance, or yes, he can try?
Yes, you can try.
Okay. Um, so that would be a intelligence check.
Yeah, roll it as a intelligence.
Okay. So R20 minus what's my intelligence? Intelligence 13 minus 1.
What are we doing math for?
11. So success.
So there is definitely Theron notices a definite resemblance between the woman that he saw in his dream that was burned at the stake and the bailiff's wife Tristessa. And it's more than just she's from the south and has dark hair and big boobs like all the southern women do. It's like more of a familial resemblance, like possibly um, that Tristessa, the bailiff's wife, is possibly maybe a uh, what do they call that? Second great grandchild.
Something like that. Yeah.
Uh,
So her father was the w- dream woman's daughter or son type thing.
It's a possibility. That's a possibility.
Yeah, yeah. Um, so Theron will write to the group. The burnt woman seems to share family resemblance to the bailiff's wife.
Interesting, and Elduin kind of contemplates that for a second.
I mean, they're both southern, aren't
It seems to be. Oh, he write down. It seems more than that, like as if they were a family. Um,
Hasnar is just stuffing his face with beans.
Theron might write down specific facial features that are similar, uh, so that maybe the group can see it in their.
Yeah, I think after having described Elduin would kind of like nod and um, nod in agreement.
That's quite interesting.
Did it. So,
Uh, I suppose there's nothing left to do but investigate those two, uh, the bailiff's wife, and go talk to that woman's grandmother.
And just at that moment, one of the clerics from the temple comes in to inform you that overnight the bandit with the severed leg died. They were unable to save the leg. They had to amputate, and went into shock and lost too much blood, and unfortunately, they were unable to revive him.
Well, I
That's
thought I did the
unfortunate.
amputation for them.
No, if I remember correctly, his leg was hanging by a string, pretty much.
Well, we still have that caster.
I think at this point, Theron would uh, get up and gesture towards the door, uh, and then leave to go to the caster, uh, to go to where the caster is being held, hoping that someone follows behind him because Theron can't interrogate him by himself.
Hathnar will follow along.
Elduin isn't the best interrogator, but she would join as well.
Oh, neither is Theron. His plan is to hurt him until he talks.
I mean,
like-
that works too.
Like angrily write things down.
No, when we get there, Theron would write down a list of questions. Who are you? Who hired you? How much did they pay? Who are you? Yes, he's specifically asking questions again just to confuse them. As he's jabbing his short sword into his knees and feeding him healing water as needed.
Oh wow, it's a pretty
God.
sinister plan.
Let's waterboard this motherfucker.
So
With-
the
Yeah, I don't think
the cat.
Elduin would be on board with torture.
No.
So Elduin would kind of nudge you and say none of that.
I don't think Noah would agree with that either.
Theron will tilt his head and gesture towards him for you to interrogate him.
So the bandit is being held in the brig, which is in this tower that I'm pinging.
Okay.
Okay.
So does everybody decide to leave the tavern, or is it just Theron by himself?
Hathnar's
Elduin's-
going.
So the party leaves the tavern, and they're walking towards the inner gate, and there's a young guard posted at the gate, and he says to the party that he was left with strict instructions that when you arrived, if you could see Captain Krug in his quarters with all haste. And Captain Krug's quarters are this house that I'm pinging that's actually next to the tower.
All right, let's head over there.
Yep.
Sure.
Go into Captain Crew's quarters.
And as you're walking across the courtyard, the man himself comes right out of the house and sees the party, and he says, "Hello, I would love it if you would come over to my house, and we have much to discuss concerning the events of last night. Brother Gilmore is waiting for us as well."
Indeed, we do. And Elduin would head inside.
So the party goes into the house. It's a small, modest house. There's a small couch which Brother Gilmore is reclining on, and you can tell that this is the house of a soldier. There's weapons mounted on the wall, and they're not decorative. You can tell by the sheen on the blades and the edges that they're meant to be taken down and used if needed. This is a simple soldier's hut. But you notice strangely in the corner. something completely different from the regular trappings of a soldier and manly man type. Where in the corner you see books on philosophy and various different types of religion. Other
I'll
than
go in
that,
with
the appearance of the house is unremarkable. And as I said, Brother Gilmore is sitting on a small couch inside of a waiting chamber.
Elduane, being a bit of a bookworm, would go over and look at the books and see if she recognizes any of them.
Yes, you recognize these texts as there's a book of the legends of Pelor. There's a book about the legends of the the heroes and paladins of Bahamut. There's a book of philosophy that was supposedly written by a wizard. It's all books that you recognize, books that would be in the Arcanium, or that anybody who's interested in knowledge or education or scholarly pursuits would have. Nothing sinister about the books.
Yeah. All right. Elduane compliments him on his choice of books and says, "So, what do you have to tell us that's so urgent?"
Well, it's not what I have to tell you, it's what I would like for your group to tell me. I would like a full debriefing of the events that took place from the time you left the keep yesterday until you walked into my quarters right now.
Well then, um, can we just say that we summarize, or do you want us to go through?
No, no, we can say that that the party summarized the events for Captain Krug.
Is there
And
anything we want to leave out?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
what
Um,
what do you guys want to leave out?
I don't know. I
the
can't.
statue.
Okay.
I don't really think there's anything worth leaving out, honestly.
Uh,
Do you think we
Theron
should
wouldn't
show
care to.
that we worked with an evil statue?
I don't think Captain Krug would care because he's a former adventurer, so I'm sure he's
Oh, that's
seen
true.
strange things.
All right,
Yeah,
I'd be fine with sharing that then.
yeah. Theron wouldn't care about leaving anything out.
All right.
So after the story is told and Captain Krug has been brought up to speed with the events of the previous day, then he says, "That's interesting, interesting indeed. I had a strange dream last night. It was less of a dream and more of a memory. Like have you ever dreamed something that actually happened and like you're dreaming a memory?" Yeah, he
I
Theron
says.
will write
suspect we
down
may have
which
had a
journey.
very similar dream.
Did your dream involve that patch of burnt ground outside of the keep and possibly somebody being accused of witchery?
You could say
Indeed.
that, yes.
Well, now would be the time to ask Captain Krug if you guys have any questions about the event because he was actually there.
Yeah.
Who was
Who
that
was that
woman that was
woman that
burned
was
at the
burned at the
stake?
stake?
I don't remember her name rightly, but she was a woman that came from the south, and she was something of a healer and an herbalist, but she did not work in conjunction with the chapel. She had her own, bizarre southern gods that she believed in, and she didn't mesh with the chapel folk because she didn't believe in our gods. I don't remember rightly what her name was though.
Do you know if she had any other children other than her son?
Well, I suppose it wouldn't do any harm to reveal this piece of information. There was a rumor going back that now I don't know if she had any other children aside from the son that was outcasted, but it was supposed later on that well that the bailiff himself might possibly have been the child's father, but it was never proven.
Gross.
Oh,
Because the new bailiff and the granddaughter. Anyways, so the old bailiff may have been the father. And what about the son? Do you know anything about what happened to him after the events?
I just know that he was outcasted and he disappeared, and no one ever saw or heard from him again. Now I had known Bailiff Roberts for most of my life. Brother Gilmore and I and Robbie, as we used to call him, we traveled a lot, and we had several adventures. And one thing I can tell you is that Robbie he did have an eye for the women, and he did like those southern dark-haired women. So I wouldn't discount for a second that he seduced her or could have taken her as a mistress or what have you.
That's very interesting. Now, Bailiff's new wife. Do you know anything about her?
I just know that while the current whelp of a bailiff was studying abroad, he met her in the South, and that's all I know about her. And her name, I don't even know her family name. I just know that she came from the South.
I would kind of go aside to the group and ask if they think we should share. Who was it that that Theron's like noticing the resemblance?
Theron noticed the family resemblance between the new bailiff's wife and the woman who was burned at the stake in the dream.
Yeah, I would ask the group if they think we should share that.
Well,
I see no reason why not.
honesty is always the best policy, according to Hasnar at least.
Um, and then I would go back to speaking with the bailiff and say, my companion here, Theron, couldn't help but notice a familial resemblance between the woman who was burned at the stake and the new bailiff's wife.
Interesting. And are you sure it's not just that they both share the characteristics of women from the South?
Theron seems to think it's more than that, and
I
I'm
see.
guessing Theron still has the list of like characteristics written down.
Yeah, I don't think he would throw it away.
Yeah.
Well, let me see that list. Captain Krug says,
Theron will hand it over.
and he reads the list. He studies over it, and his brow furrows. And it's at this moment that that Brother Gilmore stands up and walks towards the rest of the party, and he says, Brother Gilmore says, "Look, I'm going to be frank. I have been very suspicious of that woman since she set foot in this keep. But we have to tread carefully because this is the bailiff's wife that we're talking about, and though he's young and inexperienced, and we may not have the highest regard for the current bailiff, he can still order our executions or order our exiles or take any kind of action upon us if we displease him." And Captain Krug finishes studying over the list, and he says, "You might have something there, my elven friend. It is very possible that there is some sort of a connection between these two. But how do we go about questioning the bailiff's wife? And how do we go about not upsetting the bailiff? And how do we go about handling such a delicate situation? I know about chopping up goblins on a battlefield. I don't know about diplomacy."
Does the keep any birth records or anything?
Uh, no, the keep does not keep any records of any kind, except for records relating to the bailiff family line. There is like a inside of the main building where the bailiff lives would be like the archives and the family records, and it would be things like census reports and family trees of the bailiff family and reports on different battles and skirmishes and things of that nature.
And I don't imagine that would include any, children born out of marriage.
Probably not. No. Yeah, because like I said earlier, they don't keep any birth or death records.
Yeah.
Noah steps forward to the we're talking to Captain Krug right now.
Yeah.
Cleric whose name I forget. No, it's in my notes. Gilmore. So like Noel Krug, you say
I lost you.
hold on.
All right.
Adjust my set. Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. So Noel will step forward to say, Captain Krug, you were there when this incident happened, correct?
Correct. I was. We had just returned to the keep from traveling abroad when Robbie had gotten the news that his father had passed away.
I see. So you didn't take any particular side when this woman was being burned, did you?
Well, I took no particular side. My job was at that time was to be loyal to my friend and to the new bailiff, and so I stood by whatever decision that the bailiff made. But I took no personal interest or personal side in the situation.
I see. So did you personally think that this lady did the things she was accused of, or do you think she was just innocent? In your opinion.
Well, see, that's something that's bothered me all these years. Is that in my heart I actually believed that this woman was innocent, and this woman had no desire, in my mind, no desire other than to help people. Even though I remember the scorn and ridicule that she endured that was slung at her behind her back.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
But I carry a certain amount of guilt because at the time I was young and immature and I did not speak up.
There seems to be a disturbing lack of due process here. Seriously.
Well, Noah says, you know, kind of makes sense. This was a younger establishment back then. Mistakes do be made.
Well, I'm not trying to, and the bailiff, or not, I'm sorry, the Captain Crew begins to speak. He says, I'm not trying to make any excuses for my lack of action, but in those days, we had an incursion of goblins, and actually, that was the last time goblins were seen in this area because we fought back the goblins, and we had to journey into the swamp and we had to make a pact with the lizard men because we were down soldiers and we had to convince and ask for the help from the lizard men, so they helped us fight back the goblins, and it was very unsure, very troubling and intense times.
Yes.
Where can we find these lizard men?
The lizard men, they dwell in the swamp uh, east of the keep.
Hmm.
And how are relations with them at this point?
The lizard men, their only interest is in keeping to themselves, protecting their swamp area. They are not violent, but they will fight if provoked or in self-defense. Um, I wouldn't say relations are the best with them, but they're not our enemies currently. And after what you've told me about this army of the dead, I'm half tempted to march myself through the swamp and ask that old lizard man shaman if he can spare some warriors to help guard the keep.
It would certainly help if any army of the dead arrive.
Indeed, it would. Considering who decides how many men are stationed at this keep? Just the bailiff?
No, that actually comes from the Baron himself. He sends men and supplies and gold as he sees fit. And apparently, for the last 4 or so years, he has decided that we don't need soldiers to protect the border, or nor do we need supplies. He's a bureaucrat like all the other lords are.
I see. Do you think there may be a way we could convince him otherwise?
It's possible. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the news flyers recently, but he seems to be heavily involved with his incursion and attempt to expand his lands into the eastern border. What does he care about what's going on here at this extreme northern outpost? No, I think
Well,
we're gonna be on our own, man.
he would probably care if goblins came in and started destroying the place, followed by the rest of the territory. But that's just me.
Well, you know how bureaucrats are. They don't want to acknowledge the rain until their ass is wet.
That's true.
Trust me, I've been a soldier all my life, and I've served all of these lords and ladies, and I see exactly how they act. That's what was so special about Robbie, is that he did not act as these other as these other lords and ladies have acted. He actually cared about the keep, and he cared about the people under him.
Elduane speaks up and says, "Now, after we finished exploring the tomb over in the copse to the north, we were attacked by a group of bandits. Do you know anything about where those bandits may have come from?"
Well, I don't know anything personally about bandits, but I've heard that we have one in captivity, so maybe we should stroll over there and ask him. And I can be very persuasive with my asking. And he shows you his big meaty fist.
That sounds like a good plan, my friend.
And of course, Brother Gilmore puts his hand on Captain Krug's shoulder and says, "Steady yourself, Krug. You don't want to have a repeat of what happened in the Goblin Lair 20 years ago, do you?" And he says, "Oh, yeah, it took me ages to get that goblin's blood out from underneath my fingernails."
Oh,
Hathnar will avoid asking about that and just say, "Why don't we head over there now?"
Yes, I'm in agreement with that. And with that, he turns on his heel and opens the door and walks out, followed by Brother Gilmore and the party. And he walks the short distance to the tower, and there's two young guards standing outside of the door who immediately stand at full salute when Captain Krug walks up. And he dismisses them with a wave of his hand and opens the door and enters into the tower. And all you can see inside of the tower is you see two jail cells, basically, with iron bars, and then you see a desk where another guard is sitting, guarding the prisoner. And inside of the cell, you see the bandit caster that the party had engaged the previous day, and he's sitting on a mound of hay, and he has a surly look on his face. And as the party walks in, he spits on the hay.
Wow. Savage.
nice to see you too.
"Where's my book of spells, you elf?"
I took that, didn't I?
You
Wow.
did. You
I
damn
open
dirty
it up
elf.
and begin flipping through it and pretend to begin incanting one of them at him.
Don't you profane my spell book, you damn dirty elf.
Whoa.
Mock him.
Hathnar will
Like that SpongeBob meme. Don't you dare to profane my spellbook, you damn dirty elf.
And the bandit continues to stare with intense hatred in his eyes.
Hathnar will walk up to the bars and say, "Listen, you have information that we need, and you're going to tell us one way or another."
And with that, he starts busting out in racks of laughter. He's laughing so hard, his shoulders are heaving up and down, and he's like,
Theron will kick his knee,
"Oh,
as like trying to bend it backwards.
oh, what are you doing? Get your hands off me, elf!" Captain Krug and Brother Gilmore look. Captain Krug is smiling. Brother Gilmore is shaking his head in disappointment.
I like this, Captain Krug.
and and the caster says, Do your worst. Torture me all you want. If I say anything, he'll kill me. If I don't say anything, you'll kill me. But you cannot do anything as bad as he can do. He can do much worse than you."
Since we didn't actually talk about how we were going to interrogate him, Theron is going to pull out his short sword and go for a stab at the knee, at the other knee.
Whoa. I was an adventurer like you, then I took a stab through a knee.
Gosh, Corvus actually would have come in handy here.
Yeah, he would have, huh?
Right. Well, someone like Goliath, like, you want to talk about this for a 9-foot tall friend?
Is no one going to stop Theron from stabbing his other knee?
Elduin kind of like puts a hand on Theron's shoulder and says, "None of that here."
Theron will tilt his head to the side and gesture for you to talk to the caster.
And the caster says, he looks at Theron and he says, Get that tree-hugging elf away from me."
Hashnar will shove the rest of the party aside and say, "Now you listen to me. I have a friend in this keep right now, knows how to make a poison that will rot you from the inside out. Is that what you want?"
He sighs, and he says, that would not be an ideal death, but it's still not as bad as what he can do to me.
All right, who's this he you keep talking about? You're really vague here.
Oh, you're gonna meet him soon enough. When he and his army of the dead knock on the front door of the keep, you'll meet him, and then your flesh will be eaten, and then your bones will fall, and then your bones will rise and become part of the army of the dead.
Yeah. Wait, Army of the Dead. And Elduin, recalls that we're supposed to be on the lookout for an Army of the Dead. Any ideas where we could go to maybe get recruited into this or anything?
Oh, I know
Theron
exactly where
slaps
you
his
can
head.
go. I know exactly where you can go. You can go to the devil.
I'm for sure he's gonna say, "You go straight to hell."
And how do we find this devil?
Oh.
Don't worry, the devil's going to find you.
Well, I hope so. I have to have a word with him.
Dude, that's badass.
And the caster at this point sits back down in the bale of, or on the pile of hay, and he just continues to stare at Theron with this glowering anger in his eyes.
Theron makes a move towards him.
And the caster flinches.
Someone ask him a question.
Listen.
Write down a question for us to ask.
Okay, I would think that Theron would have been writing down ideas for questions to ask. So he'll hand where's Discord? Sheet of paper over that has those questions on it.
And those questions are?
In Discord. Who are you? Why are you there? Who sent you? Where was your camp? Who are you? What is your name? No. Replace the second. Who are you with? Why aren't you deleting?
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Does he
Oh.
look like a bitch?
Probably not the worst part of that.
And so you give this this list of questions to Elduane or Halfnar.
Halfnar.
Okay.
Half an hour. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. If I was a good old-fashioned dwarven might, Hafnar will slam his fist across the caster's face. Not hard enough to like knock any teeth out or anything, and he'll be like,
You're
"Listen, you little." I'm trying to come up with like a dwarf insult.
well, you could just say you curse at him in Dwarvish.
Yeah, I curse out in Dwarven. Like, who hired you to come after us?
Uh, the master sent us out there. He knew that you would be there, and he ordered us to ambush you as you exited the crypt.
Who is the master? You better start being more specific with me, or I swear I will stomp your guts out.
You can see that the caster he's shocked and he's in pain, and he took a small amount of damage from the strike that Hafnar delivered him. We'll count it as subduing damage. Um, and he says, I can't speak of the master. He'll kill me.
If you don't speak of the master, then I'll kill you. Make your
Uh,
choice.
Theron will hit his injured leg again.
Oh, oh, get that elf away from me. Oh, okay. Oh, this torture is heavenly compared to what the master will do to me.
I'm running out of patience with you, Spellslinger, and Castanar will squeeze one of his fingers and break it,
Oh,
and ask, "Who is the master?"
okay, I'll tell you. I don't know his name. We just know him as the master. Oh, he's the one that tells us what to do. He's the one that gives us our directions. He's the one that ordered us to raid the caravans as they arrived at the keep. He's the one that ordered us to ambush you outside of the crypt. He's the one who removed or had his followers remove the bones and remains from the crypt.
Is he from
After-
the south?
I don't know anything about him. I just know that he is an exceedingly tall man. I don't know anything else about him. I don't even know his rightful name.
Noah looks at the group and is like, tall guys? Besides Goliath? I hope it's not him.
I don't think it's Goliath.
Oh my gosh, we have a betrayer in our midst.
Immediately after hearing about the like bone raiding, Elduane would like go up to him and sucker punch him.
Oh,
Mm.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. He's already talking. And Hathnar will turn back to the caster and say, "Where are the caravans that you stopped from getting here?"
oh, we waylaid the caravans on the eastern road, and we stored the goods that we acquired in one of the caves that's in the canyon.
Which cave? Where can we find it?
I don't know. The canyon is ruled by the demi-humans. We don't go in there. Just the goblins and kobolds rule in the canyon.
Theron will write down the canyon to the northeast, and hand it to Hafnar.
Uh, the canyon to the northeast.
Yes, that canyon.
Very well. Now, if I find out that you've lied to us, I'm going to come back in here and make this pain a pleasant memory. Do you understand?
And it's at that moment where the caster picks up a like a small, long, sharp piece of stone that he was trying to fashion into a knife, and stabs himself in the neck.
Okay,
Oh damn.
takes care of that.
Oh,
And
Evelyn
he
spits
pulls
out
out
his
he
corpse.
pulls out the stone knife from his neck, and the blood shoots out, and he gurgles as he dies, but he says, Still paradise compared to what he can do," and he dies.
Well,
well, he died like he lived as a coward.
these cultists are certainly ones for fanatics.
So, yes, the bandit dies, blood splurping out of his neck at your feet. And Captain Krug is kind of like unfazed by all this. He's a man of war, and he was smiling the whole time that Halfnar was in charge of the interrogation. Um, but Brother Gilmore turns around disgustedly and walks out of the tower.
Soft-hearted cleric.
Theron looks confused as Brother Gilmore is walking out.
And Brother Gilmore says, "I've known that man for over 30 years, and it's not that he doesn't have a stomach for this kind of work. Trust me, I've seen him swing that mace in the name of his god and take down some evil foes before. But when it comes to wanton cruelty, he doesn't have the stomach for it."
Well, I would have preferred if he would have started talking before I'd had to torture him. But such is life.
He was stubborn, wasn't he? And
I take
apparently,
no joy in causing pain.
he was
Someone who
afraid of
desecrates
something
the
a lot more serious than you.
Well, it doesn't matter now because he's dead.
I
So,
suspect we should be afraid of that same thing.
Theron nods.
Hathnar will not admit that he's afraid of anything, but say yes, that does appear to be a pressing concern.
A concern.
An even more pressing concern, however, is the caravan that he mentioned. It would carry much-needed supplies back to this keep. So I say that we make that our first order of business.
I say that I need to stop by a blacksmith real quick before we leave.
Oh no.
Okay, you're roboting out.
Yeah, I lost you.
Yeah, your voice is like super robotish.
Me?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think there's some kind of feedback loop or something.
Oh. I say that I need to stop by a blacksmith before it's still bad.
I think it got a little better.
Yeah, I heard something about the blacksmith.
It was hilarious. It like you were a robot. And then
So are you back all the way, Old Dwayne, or are you still having technical difficulties?
I don't know. Am I having technical difficulties?
Oh, I'm
Doesn't
hearing you
sound
now.
like it.
Sound fine to me.
Okay.
So we're introducing robots to this setting.
I just said that I needed to stop by a blacksmith to pick up some armor
Okay.
for his
Okay.
shield.
I had to.
So, as the party is turning to leave, walking back across the courtyard, Captain Krug starts telling another story, and he says, "Yes, there was a time we were being attacked by demi-humans, goblins, and hobgoblins working together, and yes, we did go into the swamps and ask the lizard men if they would ally themselves with us. and they did. Um, but relations with them have not been the greatest. So watch yourselves if you decide to go into the swamp.
Very well.
Um,
And then Captain Krug turns around and he says, if you do decide, if the group of you do decide to go into the swamp, and you do encounter any of the lizard men, say this. And he tells you a phrase to say in lizard man if you run across any of them. And what he tells you to say is that I come on behalf of Krug and wish to speak to the leader. And he tells you how to say that in lizard man.
Okay, Darren, can you write that down?
I am working on it, but I am a slow typer, so
Typer. What do you mean?
Theron can write it down fairly quickly, but I, as a person, type very slowly, so
You're
I missed
speaking
most of it.
nonsense, Darren. Just write it down.
Theron's not speaking.
Theron can't speak.
Darren,
So-
you appear to have regenerated your vocal cords.
Nope. So the phrase was, "We come on behalf of
we come
Captain
on
Krug."
Yes, we come on behalf of not Captain, just Krug. We come on behalf of Krug, and we wish to speak with the leader, or speak with your leader.
Come on.
Do we have any party members that speak lizard man?
I don't think so.
Oh,
Unless it bears similarity to Goblin.
Could we hire like I know you can hire like retainers and stuff. Could we hire someone who's just a translator?
Let me check here. Let me roll the dice and see if we have a translator available. Yes, one of the clerics at the temple is skilled with languages, and he speaks several different demi-human and arcane languages. And I bet you he speaks lizard man.
Yeah, so that could be an option, or if it'd be cheaper to find like a scroll of. I know some editions have like comprehend languages. That could be another option.
Yeah, that is in the that is a possibility too.
Well, guys, it might be a little costly, but it is an idea. You know, for when negotiations inevitably break down.
Yeah, if we do decide to go there, I'm just concerned about sharing XP.
Yeah, because you'd have to the
What-
party
what
would
is
share XP with the hireling.
Well, if they don't actually adventure with you, do you have to split XP if they don't actually like do
anything.
action?
Let me look it up really quick because I have the player's handbook right here. So
I know you have to split XP with like the people who like go the type of retainers that go into dungeons, like quest with you, fight monsters with you.
Let's see here. Okay, this actually, if the party was to hire an interpreter, would fall under the category of hiring an NPC who is a specialist, and they do not collect experience points if they go with you on an adventure. The only thing that they collect is the payment that you're supposed to give them for their services. And the specialist doesn't fall under the category of mercenary. If it was a mercenary fighter, then yes, he would get a share of XP. But an interpreter would be a specialist.
well, that's fantastical. I still say we go and we get the caravan first.
Yeah.
I agree.
Theron nods.
Well, there's also the lower level of the crypt. Also, you guys didn't make it there either.
True.
That's true.
And just as you guys are passing by the chapel on the way to the blacksmith, because the blacksmith is near the chapel, Zavin, the cleric, comes running out, and he asked if he could speak to Elduane in private.
I go with him to speak.
So Zavin says to you, Elduane, that, and I'm just going to say it because I'm sure you're going to share the info with the party anyway. So I'll
Yeah.
just say it for everybody. He says to you that, I know that you and your companions are asking questions and trying to get down to the bottom of these mysterious events, and he says, I wonder what the former bailiff and poor Arlon would have to say if they could talk. And he says, Brother Gilmore disapproves, but here, take this. And he hands you 2 scrolls of Speak to the Dead.
Oh,
I
Oh,
put them in my backpack and I say, "Thank you so much. This will be of great assistance to us."
And he nods, turns around, and goes back to the chapel.
All right. Return to the group and I tell them about the brief meeting.
that's interesting. If we need to talk to any skeletons, then I guess we're set.
I have a character, not to break the flow of roleplay, but because we missed the end of last session, did we make any progress like with the caravan? I know we got a bunch of clues about the situation with like the bailiff and the poisoning, but like have we made any progress finding that missing caravan?
no.
Yeah, as of no, there hasn't been any progress towards that goal. But after the party interrogated the bandit caster, they found out that the caravan was in fact waylaid by bandits, and that the wares are being stored in a cave in the canyon. The canyon that's to the northeast.
And we have a scout's map and a more specific map of the canyon, I believe.
Yes.
Good.
All right. Can you go to the blacksmith now?
Oh yes, we can go to the blacksmith.
All right. I asked the blacksmith if they have any plate mail.
Plate mail. I have a suit of dwarven size plate mail, but I don't have anything in your size, I'm afraid.
That's unfortunate. And how about shields?
Well, I have plenty of shields here. These are some fine quality kite shields. These are the same make and model that I provide for the guard and for Captain Krug's men.
I ask how much one of them will be.
Hathnar will pat Eldoin's shoulder and say, "Wait just a moment, friend." And ask the blacksmith, "Do you have a maul by chance?"
I do have a maul. I have one right here made out of brass. It's previously used and pre-owned, but it's in tip-top shape.
How much?
I'll let it go for 30 gold pieces.
Deal.
Eldraine
And
offers to pay for the mall.
Hathnar will say, "No, that's fine. I have it," and he will slide 30 gold pieces to the blacksmith.
Good deal, good deal. Thank you.
He will take them all and take his shield off his back and hold it out to Elduin and say, "Here, this shield has served me well. Take care of it."
I take it and I feel its weight in my hand, and obviously it's mithril, so it's pretty light. And I thank Hafnar profusely.
Okay, let me. By the way, blacksmith, do you have any throwing axes?
Yes, I have 2 in stock. I was waiting for more from the caravan, but I just had these 2 samples. Unfortunately, they're floor models, so the blade is nicked on this one from people handling it. But I'll let you have it at a discount.
I see. How much for? How much?
For the pair or for just one?
For the pair.
I'll let you have the pair for 15.
Deal, and he'll give 15 gold.
All right. And give me a few moments while I buff that nick out with my grindstone here.
Absolutely.
And so after a few minutes, he hands you the blades, or hands you the axes, and you can see that both of the blades have been honed to a razor sharp. The nick was not completely able to be buffed out, but it's not going to cause any adverse effect on the weapon. It's just a cosmetic thing.
Very well. Thank you.
Anytime,
Elduin
anytime.
just asks if he has any javelins.
Javelins, yes, see this barrel over here? I have about 5 or 6 of them in this barrel.
How much for all of them?
For the whole shebang, I'll let you have them for 20.
I hand over 20.
Thank you, thank you. And I do wish you luck with finding that caravan because I have some fantastic raw materials that I was going to use to create some of my epic weapons, and I also have some fine wares coming as well. And he kind of pulls the party aside, or pulls you aside, Elduin, and says, "My brother, he's a high-ranking member of the Merchants Guild, and this caravan that is one of his, and he himself was due to arrive on the caravan to pay me a visit. So I would like it if you would find out what happened to my brother and hopefully rescue him if he's still alive."
Theron will. Oh wait, no. Can he hear this?
You can hear it because you're standing right there.
Theron will attempt to memorize some facial features uh, to try to get a better positive idea if he finds a body or him.
Roll a wisdom check.
All right. My wisdom is 13, so 11 success.
Okay, so you're able to study the blacksmith's features and you catalog them into your mind so that when you use your tracking sense on a possible corpse or something of that effect, you'll be able to have a determination as to whether or not any corpses or people that you find are related to this blacksmith.
Okay, thank you.
Elduin says we'll certainly help.
And then the party also has the added information of being told that the brother is a ranking member of the Merchants Guild, and he would be carrying a Merchants Guild insignia on him if it wasn't separated from him for some reason. So that would be another identifying factor.
How much damage do throwing axes do?
Let me look it up really quick. I think it's D6, but let me check.
I'll find it better here. Um, would it just be a hand axe that gets thrown?
Yeah, it would be one D6 is what I have here,
Yeah.
Okay.
and you can throw it up to 30 feet.
Okay, cool. And a maul is 1d10, right?
I think so. Let me just double check it.
Um,
Yeah, Great Maul is 1d10.
All right, cool.
So your ranges for the hand axe is short 10, medium 20, and long 30.
Yeah, that's right.
Sweet.
All right. Well, Elduin's ready to head out.
Yeah, so is Hathmar.
Yep. Theron looks ready to go.
So everybody's ready to leave now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. As the party is shouldering their packs and readying their weapons and paying their their gold ode to the blacksmith, um, Captain Krug, you hear Captain Krug shouting. All of a sudden, there's some excitement, and you hear Captain Krug shouting orders to the men. And you hear him say, "Okay, I need 15 swordsmen and 2 archers to follow me, and the rest of you men man the walls and shoot at anything that moves." And you hear him continue to shout orders to the men.
Elduin rushes out to see what's going on.
Hathor will follow.
Theron follows also.
So you see Krug up on the wall, shouting orders, and he motions for the party to come up here. So you enter through this tower that I've pinged,
Mm-hmm.
and you meet Captain Krug at the very top of the tower here.
All right.
And Captain Krug is standing up there with one of the young guards, and the party rushes up through the trapdoor and sees Captain Krug, and they're looking out beyond the keep in this direction. And the young guard says, "Captain, is that what I think it is? Am I seeing that? Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing?" And Captain Krug looks at the young soldier and says, "Well, if you think you see an army of kobolds advancing on the keep, then yes, that's exactly what you're seeing."
Well,
Presumably, we see an army of kobolds advancing on.
Exactly. The party looks out into the distance, and you see like a battalion of kobolds being led by 3 bugbears, and they're advancing towards the keep, shouting and waving their war banners.
Can I get an approximate distance?
Hang on one second. Let me check that really quick. Because from where you're standing on the wall. So if you're thinking of firing, like trying to fire a bow and arrow, you'd be at too much range, because they're like from where you're at now with Captain Krug and the soldier, they're about a football field away.
So the at the ranges table, it says in an asterisk below, these
Mhm.
ranges are in feet indoors or yards outdoors. So the short bow has a long range of 150 yards outdoors.
How long is a football field?
100 yards.
100 yards? Okay, well, yeah, they would definitely be in that range then, because the army is about a football, like I said, about a football field's length away. And if your short bow has a range of, you said 120 yards?
150
150 yards.
is the long range.
And the army is about 100 to 120 yards away, so you can attempt to fire arrows at them. But I believe, isn't there a penalty that comes along with
Yes.
extreme distance?
If once they since they're further than 100 yards
Mhm.
away, I'm at a -2.
Okay. Yeah, so then if you wish to fire on them, you can just take a -2 and see if you're able to hit.
Theron's gonna wait for at least a couple seconds for more orders to
Yeah.
go through.
And at that moment, Captain Krug, he rushes down the tower, and he meets up with a group of 15 guards that are wielding short swords and bucklers, and 2 old archers, and they're in formation next to the portcullis. And the portcullis guard is waiting for Captain Krug's orders to open the gate. And as you happen to look down, you see Captain Krug whip out the biggest 2-handed greatsword you've ever seen.
I would go
Hathor
down
will
there and
Hathor will go down and up to Captain Krug and say, "What do you think we should do?"
Ah, man. Or he looks at you, Hafnar, and he says, I've known a few dwarves in my day, and they fought bravely by my side. Look around me though and tell me what you see. You're gonna see young green recruits that barely know how to handle these short swords, and you're gonna see two archers that look to me like they're almost as old as this keep is. I say fight because we have to fight out of necessity, but I cringe at the thought of sending these young men out to their possible deaths. But if we must fight, then fight we must.
And at that point, I think Theron's going to start firing his fire arrows, most specifically at the bugbears.
There's there. So you see three bugbears. One of them is one bugbear is bigger than the other two, and he's wearing like a red cape, and he's wielding a two-handed axe. And the other two bugbears are like normal size, and they each have a shield and a hand axe. So did you want to fire at the main kobold?
Yeah, the bigger bugbear.
Or yeah, bugbear. My bad. Okay, hang on just 1 second. So go ahead and roll go ahead and roll your attack.
Are these considered goblins
I
for
believe
the declared enemy?
because I believe your uh your declared enemy was goblin, right? But
Yeah.
I know that like hobgoblin and bugbear are all like species of goblin.
Okay, so they are for the purpose of the declared enemy. They are goblins.
Um, no, I'm gonna say that
No.
only that you're at your level only goblins are your declared enemy.
Okay, no
We
problem.
as you level up, we might be able to apply a bonus to other goblinoid races, but as for right now, we'll just say goblins.
Okay. So this is at a -2 to hit.
All right.
So a 13 to hit.
So even though you're at extreme range, your arrow is true, and finds its mark right on the bugbear's shoulder, and he takes 8 points of damage, but he doesn't.
Um,
Hmm?
that I said I was firing fire arrows.
Oh, fire. Okay, that's right. My bad.
So that's ignore that damage and do 3d6.
Yeah. So just ignore that and give me the 3d6 damage.
R 3d6. Oh,
Oh my
So
god.
you do 3 points of damage of fire damage to the cobalt or to the bugbear, and he's just really pissed off as he pulls the arrow out and kind of slaps his shoulder where the fire has spread to his fine red tunic, and he suffers 3 points of damage, but he looks more irritated and pissed off than wounded.
and Theron's just gonna keep firing until at whatever points you say he can fire at.
So you're gonna stay on the wall and long range attack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I do need to know when they cross into medium range.
They're still at long range. You have probably about uh, you have 6 more rounds until they come into medium to short range.
Okay.
And so they're coming from this direction. Like I guess there's no like direction, but I'm guessing that's north.
That would be yeah. They're coming from that would be like northwest, but then Theron, your sharp eyes spot another group coming from the northeast. So they're coming from two different directions.
Okay, so to get in the keep, unless they have siege weapons, they'd have to come around.
They would have to come around to the front gate in order to enter into the keep.
Hathnar is just gonna stay with Captain Krug and his men.
And Captain Krug and his
Elderlane
men
does as well.
are over here waiting for the portcullis to be drawn or to fight if the gate is breached. And they're you can hear them. You can hear their gibbering, and you can hear their war cries, and you can see their little war banners being raised. And as they get closer, again, Theron, in your position and with your elven eyesight, you're able to see that the kobolds are armed with short swords, and they're not wearing any armor. They're just wearing little tiny loincloths. But it looks like at their belt, where their sheath for their dagger is, each one of them also has like a tiny vial attached to their hip,
Oh boy,
and they're
that's never
getting
good.
they're getting closer. And the guard on this tower shouts out that he sees a battalion coming from the north, or I'm sorry, coming from the south towards the portcullis.
Theron's still just firing whenever he can,
Go ahead and roll me another d20.
and this D20 or attack.
Roll me a d20 attack. And then when you fire, the other archers that are on the wall near you take that as a sign to fire as well. So you roll a 23 with a damage of 8. You drop 2 kobolds. So
Still firing fire.
you're still firing fire.
Yeah.
And are you
Uh,
firing at the kobolds or the bugbears?
The bugbears, and I'm gonna keep firing fire arrows until
Okay.
I run out.
Okay, gotcha. You only have 5, right? Or do you have more?
I have 10 left.
10. Okay, all right. So you do 12 points of damage, and that was the main kobold that you were, or the main bugbear
Yeah.
that you were firing at. Okay. And he takes that damage, and he pulls the arrow out, and he beats the flames off of his cloak, and then he ducks behind a tree.
Okay. So then my target would change to whichever other bugbears I can. One of the other bugbears.
Okay, so then when it's your turn to attack again, then
Yeah.
you can fire at one of the other bugbears. One of them is out of range, and the other one is in the long range category.
Okay.
I have like a little diagram here at my table that I'm doing as we're doing this encounter.
Okay.
Exactly how many kobolds are we talking about here?
There is 60 kobolds and 3 bugbears
Like in total?
in total. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what I was gonna say. Everybody keep track of how many kobolds they kill. And then when we hit
Okay.
60, then the battle's over, unless they fail morale and decide to run away.
Okay.
I imagine Hafnar and Theron being like Legolas and Gimli, like keeping track.
I don't think Theron would make it a contest. He's
Hey,
just
I mean, they've been kind of like Legolas and Gimli so far, but
kind
I
of.
mean, Hathnar even has a picture of Gimli, so
So do we roll initiative or?
Yeah, are they close enough for us to get into the fray yet?
No, not yet. They're getting closer, but they haven't. Basically, what you guys are waiting on is for Captain Krug to give the order to raise the gate, and when he feels they're close enough, then that order will happen. So does the party? Theron, you're gonna stay on the wall, right, and do long range?
Yeah, until he runs out,
Okay.
and then he'll rush over and try to get there in time to fight.
And Hafnar is gonna fight.
yes.
And what's Eldawain gonna do? And remember, Eldawain,
Fighting.
you also gained the spells from the bandit spell book too.
Indeed.
And I gave you a scroll of fireball, but you can save that for your level 3 inscription.
Right.
And then is Noah still here?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you gonna fight?
Yes, for sure. She's just waiting for him to get in basically melee range, and then it's on, man.
Noah, do you have Cure Light Wounds by chance? Like, what spell do you have?
I have the one that recovers like 1 HP.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have actual spells yet, but I have Google cantrips still.
Yeah, I have magic missile, but before they get in range, I'm gonna cast shield on myself.
Okay.
That AC buff.
How long do we have before the portcullis is raised? Because I still have that crossbow in my chest.
If you have enough time to go fetch it because the inn is nearby.
Okay, yeah, Hathnar's gonna run and fetch his crossbow and the bolts.
Okay. And as you turn around and head towards the tavern, you see the people starting to come out of the buildings, and everybody's scared. Oh my God, what's going on? And you see Nicholas, the tavern keeper, come running out, and he has this dagger that looks like it's made out of some unknown white material, and he's got a buckler attached to his wrist that looks like it's made out of the same unknown whitish translucent material. And he says, "Here I am, boys. I have my giant's toenail shield and my giant's fingernail dagger. We're gonna take some kobolds down."
Well, holy shit! Hathnar will nod at Nicholas and say, we're gonna need you at the front gate."
Aye, aye, and he runs up to the group that's headed by Captain Krug.
Okay, so Hathnar will go and get his light crossbow, and head back to the portcullis. Can
All
he
right.
like shoot through it?
Yeah, if you get close enough and shoot through the slats, they're wide enough to where you can do that with no penalty.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
So I'm using a +1 bolt. Should I? How far away are they?
They are within like medium range now,
Okay.
so they're
Let
getting
me.
closer. And then Noah, you turn around and you see Pippin standing outside of the tavern, and she kind of lifts up her skirt, and she's got pulls a long dagger out, and she's like, I'm ready, I'm ready."
Are you sure you're ready?
Oh, trust me. In my travels before I ended up in the keep, I became pretty good with a blade.
What
There's
about
a there's a long pause before Noah says, "I'm just now learning so much about you."
Can we enlist some help from the chapel? They surely they have some clerics that know how to fight there.
Yes, Captain Krug says that a messenger has already been dispatched to Brother Gilmore, and he's readying the clerics for battle purposes and also for healing, if need be. So the clerics
Okay.
are being readied, but they're going to act as like an auxiliary force.
Okay. Should I roll an attack to shoot through the slats of the portcullis?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
All right. Uh, yeah.
And then how often can Theron fire?
We're like you can fire right now after Hathnar, and then we're gonna roll initiative and all that stuff, and then we'll go
Okay.
like actual turn orders and everything. And Noah suggested somebody should boil some oil and pour it on the bugbears from off of the wall.
Uh,
That's actually a good idea.
Yeah. So Hathnar, your hit with the crossbow, or your attack with the crossbow was a hit. Were you firing at a kobold?
Uh, can I fire at anyone else from the portcullis? Because I thought the bugbears were in the other direction.
Yeah, the bugbears are on the other side, so there's only kobolds coming from your direction.
So yeah, I'll fire at a kobold,
Okay,
and I'm using a +1 bolt, so that would be 7 damage.
7 damage. So that that's enough to take down 2 kobolds. So we're gonna go like, in order to expedite combat, we're going to apply damage to the kobold as a unit. So each
okay.
each
Okay.
kobold has 4 hit points. So for every 4 hit points damage that you do, you've taken out a kobold, and we're gonna round up. So damage is 7, you've taken out 2 of them. So 2 kobolds go down.
Nice.
Uh,
Let me get a pen here.
And if Theron wants to fire another shot, another flame shot, he can.
um, so there's a bugbear out of range and a bugbear in long range.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll fire at the one in long range. Miss, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that is a miss. It just the fire arrow whizzes right by him, and he seems unfazed. He just continues to wave his arms and shout orders to the kobolds.
Are they within burning oil flask throwing range?
No, not yet. Let me check. Let me just quickly double check the range of that.
Um,
Noah, do you want to get on that oil idea?
Yeah, I was thinking I would have I would team up with the people at the tavern and like boil up some oil because I read out of character, I read in a book somewhere that's like the coolest thing to do, like when you're getting siege, is just pour boiling oil on people.
oil and holy water is 10, 30, 50.
Yeah, and they're still they're at least 80 yards away, or maybe a little bit closer. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just begin the battle.
Right?
So we'll have the party roll initiative so that we can get the turn order, and that'll just stay the turn order for the whole of the battle.
Okay.
And
Okay.
yeah,
Are the NPCs gonna be fighting with us?
I'm going to be handling them. Yeah, they're going to be fighting. Captain Krug is going to be fighting. Nicholas is going to be fighting. Pippin is not going to fight unless the kobolds get into the keep. Then she'll fight.
Okay.
But I'll handle their attacks.
Let me see where the hell the initiative is.
Yeah, because you guys aren't showing up on my list here.
That's because we
Oh.
don't
No
have.
tokens.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, yeah. Let me. I actually have a battle map, so I should probably just switch to that.
Seriously, even as Hafnar, you're still tying with me.
God bless.
So is everybody seeing the battle map? Oh wait, no, hang on.
There we go.
Wrong one. Hang on.
I see only darkness.
Huh.
Okay, there it is.
um,
So this group here are Captain Krug's swordsman guards. There's Captain Krug. There's the archers. Theron, I have you here on the battle map. And then Noah, Elduane, everybody's right here. And then if you scroll out, you can see the locations of the kobolds.
My God.
We are just a little bit outnumbered right now.
Yeah. We gotta set up like a choke neck. Wait, come on. What's the word I'm looking for? Bottleneck.
Well, the good news is that you have this like small hill face right here, and the kobolds are not able to climb up it while they're holding their weapons. So that kind of gives you a little bit of a natural barrier for the length of the cliff face, or the hill face, I mean.
So, did Noah's boiling oil idea come to pass at all?
I hope so.
Yeah. Noah directed the guards on the wall to begin boiling a big pot of oil, and the guards are bringing over like buckets full of cooking fat from the tavern up to the wall,
Nice.
and a lot of grease left over from that crispy bacon.
Indeed.
So I have Noah and Elduane's initiatives on here, but let me get
I
everybody
rolled the
else's.
same initiative as I did.
Oh wow.
Make sure you have your token selected.
Yeah, I forgot. Oh.
Okay.
Let me see. Damn.
Can we not keep the initial initiative we rolled?
Yeah, that's.
I mean, you can edit it like as a player.
We can? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys want to keep that initiative, that's fine, or we can keep the one that's up there now. I'm not tripping. So we got Theron first, Elduane, Noah, then Hafnar. And
It won't let me edit my.
are you clicked on your token?
Yeah. It's-
Here, I can edit it for you. What was your oh, there we
Oh.
go. I got you. So Theron and Hathnar, Elduane and Noah.
Yeah. Are we gonna do the nameplates? I can only see my own.
Let me double check it here, because I've got everybody's. And then some of the characters don't, like the individual kobolds don't have it, and neither do the keep guards. They don't have any nameplates. But can you see the other characters?
I can see myself. I can see Captain Krug and the Keep Archers, and then the Bugbears. I can't see the rest of the party's nameplates.
Okay, let me check the settings here.
I really hope I don't regret letting go of that shield.
Can you see Noah's nameplate now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm removing Isabella from the battle.
Philip, why have you abandoned us?
I'm gonna miss every one of you guys.
Isn't it like 3 o'clock where he's at?
Yeah, it's like super late, and I think he's in Austria.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
he is.
He might have just like fallen asleep or something and
Yeah.
gotten
Turns out the Hungarians have invaded.
It's gonna
So
like join halfway through the battle, be like, "Oh shit, what's going on?"
so Hafnar, you're seeing everybody's name tag now, right? Or you should
Yeah.
be.
Except Hafnar's.
You don't see your own?
I see
Uh,
my own.
We don't see Hafnar's.
How about now?
Yep, got
okay.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, so got Captain Krug. Let me get old Nicholas into the fray here. He'll appear as the tavern keeper with the big hatchet, even though we know he's wielding his giant's toenail dagger.
So this ground looks rocky and dirt more than grass. So is there less of a chance of fire spreading?
Yeah, there would be a little bit less of a chance of fire because it's mostly dirt. There is some grass and trees, but you like I said earlier, you did notice that they have their little vials, and you're suspecting that their vials are like alchemist fire.
Is
All
this
right.
the deepest trail?
And the arrow that I drew up here indicates the direction of the portcullis to the keep. And the measurements are correct.
Okay.
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 In terms of yards.
In terms of yards, yeah.
Okay. So they're all in medium. Oh my.
Gonna shrink him down a little bit. That's Nicholas there, the barkeep.
Why is he out there by himself?
Oh, I'm gonna move him in a second.
Okay.
He's still got his cup. The service is to die for.
So he's kind of lingering in the back here. All right, so we've got party initiative there. Because there's so many kobolds, they're going to just automatically go last, and we'll follow the party initiative order. That when we get to fighting the bugbears, we'll roll individual initiative for them.
Okay.
So Theron, first attack.
Can I see this group of things? Is that a bush or a tree?
That's a tree, so your vision of this group is reduced because that's a tree right here. These smaller ones are bushes.
Okay. Hmm. Can I see them at all? Like how tall is the tree? Is the because I'm on a raised platform.
hmm
Uh,
the tree is tall enough to cover your view of like this one you can't see, this one you can't see, this one you
Okay.
can't see. So like these four that are like immediately almost behind the tree you can't see, but these guys down here are fair game.
Okay, so I'm gonna fire a fire arrow into
Into
this
that group.
group, and let me double check that that is. So yeah, that's within medium range. So 22 and 14 damage.
Okay, so that's 14 divided by 4. That's how many?
Uh, 3 plus 3.5.
Okay, so we're not going to go with decimals, so we'll just go with whole numbers. So we'll say your fire arrow took out 3 of them.
Okay.
So these 3 right here catch on fire and they're squealing around and they drop dead. And because
Do kobolds squeal?
they do, yeah. And and because it's like a dirt type of area here, there's no flames that spread.
Okay.
So now it's Hafnar's turn.
How far can I go on this? I think it's like 20 feet.
Yeah, you can move 20 feet in your heavy armor.
Okay. Okay. Well, Hathnar is gonna waste no time and charge down the hill.
All right. So now it's Eldawain. Or did you want to try a long range attack?
Sure, why not? He'll take out his crossbow. How far away is that kobold? I think that's within medium range.
Yeah.
So he'll use a +1 bolt and fire at that kobold. Damn it! Does that hit?
Yeah. No, that's not a hit. That is not a hit.
Well, piss.
Alright. Elduin moves into position right about there. Then he's going to take a shot at long range, throwing a javelin at that one right there.
Okay. Oh, that is a hit. And that's a kill.
Alright.
So you got him.
That's it.
So now it's Noah's turn.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, so just to clarify, the soldiers directly in front of us are actually of the keep. They're keep soldiers, right?
That's right.
And these all, the ones with tails are obviously kobolds.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I think I'm gonna let's see. So I know you said this earlier, but I still like the idea of dropping boiling oil on these guys, and we have this like nice cliff over here.
Uh-huh.
So if we haven't done that yet, can we start doing that?
Yeah, you can do that if you want to dump it on those
Sure.
guys. Yeah, that's fine.
So kind of slide myself over here then. Kind of nestle myself in here like a Tetris piece, and gonna start doing that. I have no idea how to resolve that mechanically. I must confess.
We're gonna I'm gonna say that the oil is automatically hitting the kobolds, and that they're gonna take 3d6 of fire damage.
Oh hell yeah! Okay,
So yeah, so it's an auto hit. So just roll the damage.
Okay, so you said 3d6?
3d6. Yep.
Okay, here's open. Ooh, cool.
Oh damn. That's okay. So that bottle or that cauldron of boiling oil is enough to kill 3 kobolds. So these 2 up here die of a burning death, and this one down here gets some splash damage, and which is enough to kill him.
That's when Noah kind of says, just like breaks into it, he's like, I'll never look at bacon quite the same.
Yeah, because the whole hillside there exploded with the smell of yesterday's crispy bacon breakfast. So
Smells
now
like
it's
bacon.
so now it's the soldiers and Captain Krug's turn. So Captain Krug is going to like a badass. He's just going to charge down the hill.
This gives a whole new meaning to Pork Chop Hill.
So he's going to charge down the hill and he's going to attack this kobold with his two-handed greatsword. And Captain Krug is wielding his like a +5 magical sword, so that's an automatic hit. So we can expedite combat, and he does 7 points of damage. But this is the only kobold nearby, so he just kills it. And then his men advance forward, and they're going to attack as one unit. So, or actually, I could roll 15 different attacks, but that would take too long. So I'm going to move Hafnar out of the way really quick, so I can
12.
advance. So Captain Krug's men advance here. Let me put Hafnar back. And I'll roll 3 attacks for them. Wow, so they roll 3 successful hits, and together they do 3 d6 of damage because they're just wielding short swords. So collectively they do 10 points of damage. So they're able to take out these 2. This one here, they take this guy out. And now it's the kobold's turn.
Okay, guys. Best of luck.
Full scale battles can be tricky. So we have this group of kobolds is going to advance towards Captain Krug's men. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they're going to roll 6 attacks. Well, so one of them crits pretty badly. 2 of them don't hit. 3 of them don't hit. So, okay, so the kobolds rolled 2 successful hits. 3 of them missed, and the one that critted slipped on his sword and stabbed himself. Now he's dead. And collectively, the kobolds do how many d6 with the 2 d6? I'm getting myself all confused here. So collectively, the kobolds do 2 d6 of damage, set for 7 points of damage to the guard, which is not enough to kill any of them. But the guys in front are wounded. So now the bugbears are going to advance. They're just going to advance forward. I lost the other bugbear.
Bottom right, next to the stump.
Oh, that's right. So the bugbears are advancing, and they're yelling orders to the men, or to the kobolds, and the kobolds advance forward. Now, I tell you, if you're playing Theater of the Mind style, a full-scale battle like this is super ridiculous to try to manage.
Yeah.
Great.
So now we're back to the top of good guy initiative.
Alright, so double check I can do this. Yes. So Theron's gonna move here and fire a still fire arrow at this bugbear warrior. And he's in medium range. So 16 versus AC for R3d6. 12 damage.
Okay, that is a hit for 12 damage. And This bugbear is a tough bastard though. You've hit this guy with a bunch of different fire arrows, and he just pulls it out, slaps himself on the chest and where the flames hit him at, and again he zigzags behind this tree. And he shouts curses at you in bugbear language.
Would I understand that?
I don't think so. If it was
No.
Goblin, maybe, because I think you speak Goblin, right?
I'm not sure what languages I speak.
What language she speaks? Is English one of them?
No, it is not. No, I know Common and Elvish, and I don't think my intelligence lets me know anymore.
I mean, I speak Goblin. Would
What?
I
Okay.
recognize it?
Does it matter? He's just cursing at us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's just
no.
like what he said last time. What was it? Something about elves being gay or something like that.
Sure, yeah.
He's yelling terrible things.
Okay. Hathar's gonna head up to this ridge, and yeah, I think that's medium range for crossbow.
Yeah.
Use a +1 bolt and try and.
Actually, that's short range.
For a crossbow.
Oh,
No.
really?
No, I'm sorry. You're right. It's
Oh.
medium.
Okay, and try and hit some of the kobolds over there. And crit fail. Nice.
Yeah. So your shot is not a hit. So now it's Eldawain's turn.
All right. I can just like move down this ridge normally, right?
Yeah. Yeah. If you want to slide down the ridge, you can.
Oh man. I think I can only move like halfway down the ridge.
Roll a dexterity check to see if you can keep your footing.
Okay. Nope.
So as you're going down, as you're climbing down the ridge, you stop and try to dig in so you can make an attack, but you end up slipping and falling the rest of the way down. But since you're only halfway down, you don't take any damage. You just get your robe dirty.
And I can't like do an attack or anything.
No, because you've fallen prone.
Okay. I'm just gonna like pick up one of the alchemist's fire since I'm prone.
Yeah, you can do that. You can pick their little vials off of their belts.
Okay, that's it.
And there's 2 corpses that are in your close vicinity, so you can take two vials of alchemist fire. So now it's Noah's turn.
Okay, so what Noah's gonna do is, I think Noah is gonna kind of start heading down south and give assistance to the people that are holding off the kobolds at like this choke point here.
Okay.
While everyone's sliding down the hill to kind of attack your flank, it seems like a good idea. How far can you move in outdoor combat? I always forget these systems.
What kind of armor are you wearing?
Good question. I know it's heavy. I know it's not like light armor. Did I write it down on the sheet? Or did my armor 16? I think it's chain.
Okay.
Armor.
Because you can move 30 feet in chain armor.
Okay, so I'm gonna move my 30 feet. I think before I move, like, can you do a cantrip and then move? Because,
Yeah, you can move and do a cantrip, or you can cantrip then move. I'm not gonna be.
So what I'm gonna do before leaving, because I was kind of saying right next to him, I'm gonna bless Farron so that his next attack roll will have a +1 to it.
Okay. Yeah, you were standing in close enough range to do a touch buff.
Yeah. So I slap him on the shoulder, wish him the best of luck, and then head down south to join the shield.
All right, awesome. So now Captain Krug is going to attack, and like a badass, he's going to run straight for the Bugbear Warrior and attack him with his two-handed sword. For a 9 plus 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 15 is, I believe, is not a hit on the Bugbear. Let me check his ace. Yeah, 15 is not an attack, so or not a hit. So Captain Krug misses, and the swordsmen are going to have their 3 collective attacks. Or actually, no, I think we can give them 5 collective attacks. Okay, so 2 of the swordsmen crit, and 1 of the swordsmen rolls a successful hit. So that's let's roll the regular damage first. So that'd be 1d6. So that's a 4. That's 1 kobold down. And then for the crit, that's 2. That's an 8. So that's 2 more kobolds down. And the other crit is enough to kill 1 kobold. So that, how many is that altogether? I said that's 4 kobold. 4 or 5?
4, I think.
4. Okay.
Yeah, 4.
So even though the guards are young and inexperienced, Captain Krug's training is paying off. And now the archers, the keep archers, are going to fire at these kobolds here. And I'll roll their attacks together. So one misses and 1 hits, and that takes down another kobold. So now we're back in the villain's turn. So these guys advance and attack. Advance. Oh, that was way up there. I got way too many people on the field here. Okay. So I spent like a whole entire day's worth of commute to and from work figuring out how this battle was gonna go. So two of the attacks are successful. So that's 2 and 1, and that's enough damage to put down one of the keep guards. So you lost a companion.
No!
The bugbear is going to take his attack at Captain Krug with his battle axe. He critically fails his attack against Captain Krug, so he slips and falls on the ground, and now the bugbear warrior is prone. I feel like I'm like narrating like the wild world of sports or something. And we have these kobolds are advancing, and the bugbear is kind of moves out of arrow range, but it continues to shout orders. And then this bugbear runs over and tries to flank Captain Krug. All right, what's his attack? All right, d8 plus 1. And his attack is not successful against Captain Krug. And now it's the party's turn again.
Okay. Oh, where's he? Theron. Oh, Theron can hit him now. Would a fire arrow have a risk of splash damaging Captain Krug if I hit the bugbear that's flanking him?
What's your distance?
It is 86. I could move to 60. So medium. it would still be in medium range.
Yes, at that distance, Captain Krug would take splash damage from a fire arrow
Okay.
of 1d6. But
Okay.
there would be no penalty if you wish to fire a regular arrow, though.
Yeah. So Theron's gonna move here and fire a normal arrow at that bugbear. And it's still at medium range. 13 versus AC for 8 damage.
That is not a hit. Your arrow like grazes the shoulder of the bugbear, but it's not a damaging hit. Like you just barely missed his armor class.
Yep.
Okay. If you run in plate armor, you get 40, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to decide what I want to do here.
Well, if you want to just move, you can just move, or you could, if you want to like do a crazy charging attack, you can attack the bugbear, but you'll take a -2
Well, like to my attack?
to your attack roll. Yeah, but that penalty does not apply to damage. So if your attack is successful, then it's regular full damage with no penalty.
Okay. Yeah, Hathnar is gonna just burst out into a total sprint and try and bash this bugbear with his maul. Let me find that. Yes.
Oh, damn, that is a good hit. Yeah, for 8 damage.
Nice. So
Hang on
yeah,
one
he
second.
sprints down the hill, seeing that Captain Krug is outnumbered, and smashes his maul into the bugbear's shoulder.
And the bugbear screams and curses at you in bugbear.
All right,
So-
Elduin.
Yep.
Is going to move up. And then toss the alchemist fire into like right about there.
Okay, so that's an automatic hit. So just roll 3d6 damage. 13 divided by 4. My math is terrible.
Yeah,
Or
3.
4.
3.
Or no, 3. Yeah.
Okay, so that's you take
Rounding
out
down.
like a ball of flame from the alchemist fire takes out these 3 goblins that are in your closest vicinity.
All right.
So you iced those 3. Now it's Noah's turn.
Noah is not here, but he said that Noah will help the soldiers at the pass.
Okay, so I'll move for Noah then. What's Noah's range in her armor?
She's wearing chainmail, I think, so it would be 30.
Okay, but is it unreasonable to say that she could run and attack 60 feet? What do you think?
Uh, wouldn't a charge take up an act? Oh wait, no, yeah, the charge attack thing. 2 times encounter movement. And then you get to attack, I think. Oh, never mind.
Okay, is Noah back? Okay.
Yes, apparently just in time. Hello.
I was getting ready to move for you.
Right. Yep. That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna just kind of get in the fray with the homies.
Awesome.
I don't know if I can do anything else besides that, because that takes up my movement. But
If you have a ranged attack, you can.
I do not. So
Or you could do a cantrip. You can buff the homies if you want. That'll help.
oh, yeah. Well, in that case, that's what I'll do. I will give them a +1 to their 2 hits.
Awesome. So you can, I'll just go ahead and say that your presence is so inspiring to the group, and they're already doing well because of their training under Captain Krug. So you're able to buff the whole group with guidance.
You're like, hey, that's the lady that just boiled like 5 kobolds.
Exactly. So their morale is high.
Come, brothers, let's slay these fiends.
And so now it's Captain Krug's turn, and he still thinks it's Braveheart, so he's swinging at the bugbear with his two-handed sword. And this time he connects for 18, and his great sword does 10 points of damage, so he does a full straight 10 points to the bugbear.
If he's using a +5 sword, wouldn't that be 15 damage?
The +5 bonus only counts to when I need him to make an attack.
Okay.
It's like it's like a DM's preference kind of thing. It's like the magical DM bonus.
Okay.
So if he fails his attack and I need him to succeed, then he gets +5. So yeah, he delivers a full 10 points of damage from his two-handed greatsword, and the men they're inspired and buffed by Noah, so they're going to attack, and they get 5 collective attacks. And those attacks are all at +1, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3. So all these attacks hit, and then one of them crits.
Nice.
So
Oh yeah.
so the crit was at 12 points of damage, and then
Damn.
12 and 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. What's 23 divided by 4 and rounded to the nearest whole number?
The nearest whole number is
6.
Oh, geez.
6.
Yeah, 6.
Damn. So thanks to Noah's buff, the homies here they just did away with 6 kobolds.
That's how I become known as like Noah Kobold Slayer, right? Like, I get a cool title even though I'm like level 1.
See, you're making your name though. They're gonna tell tales about the battle at the keep and the kobolds that you killed. If I can
Yes.
figure out how to.
The Raven Queen got to feast on a lot of kobolds this day.
That's right. Where's my? I'm trying to get rid of these guys, and for some reason it's not working.
Are you on the right layer?
Ah, yeah, I could be on the wrong layer. Yeah, there we go. I was on the wrong layer. Okay, hang on a second. We're still having like technical difficulties here.
I can't wait for the experience we're gonna get from this.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be big. I already have it figured out.
Sweet.
Like 2,375 big?
Actually, I don't have the exact number. I have it on my other sheet of notes, but I do have an exact number. So that was 6 kobolds, right? And then this one over here that I've been trying to get rid of.
Damn, dude, we got like a good quarter of them at least.
Yeah, you guys are doing pretty good. So okay, so that was the crew that collectively attacked. Okay, so now the keep archers are going to roll their attack. And they get 2 collective attacks. So one archer is completely off his game because he missed again, but this other archer hit for 19, and they're rolling d6 for damage. So he takes out another kobold. The keep archer is doing a pretty good job here. So does it feel like this combat is flowing pretty good too? It's not like taking too long.
Yeah, it's going pretty smoothly actually.
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah, I
seems
good.
mean,
right.
especially considering it's a huge, full-scale battle. I mean,
Like-
Awesome.
60 freaking kobolds.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
but
doing like the mob damage, like the group damage, is a good idea.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's one of the epiphanies that I had when I was commuting to work the other day. Oh, so Bugbear Chief crits on Captain Krug.
Oh.
So let's see, Bugbear Warrior is okay. So that's
He's level 5, right?
that he, but Bugbear Warrior is doing 1d8 plus 2 damage. So he rolls what's 12. So he pops 12 damage on Captain Krug, and Captain Krug is it's not enough to kill him because he's a tough old soldier, but that heavy blow causes him to fall down prone. So Captain Krug is completely unconscious right now, which is why I have the little red dot next to him. So Captain Krug falls to the ground unconscious.
Oh shit! It's Hathnar versus two bugbears now.
No!
So Bugbear that's confronting Hathnar is going to attack. He's going to swing at you with his battle axe. He rolls a 15, which is not a hit on your armor class. I memorized that. Or is it a hit?
Yeah. No, it's not.
No, okay, that's what I thought. So that strike does not hit you. And then this other kobold over here, or other bugbear, he is not doing anything but continuing to shout orders to this group, who moves up closer to Elduane. Oh, they're not in the trees. Hang on a second. There we go. So they're running towards you, Elduane. And now we're back to the top of initiative.
Okay. Theron is going to move here and fire a fire arrow right there
Oh wait,
to
hang on.
that group.
Let me
What's up?
show me again because I missed it.
Uh,
Oh, you're
this
gonna
group up
okay.
here.
This group up here.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Um, go up here because they're still in medium range. 19 for R6. 4 damage.
Well, you kill one of them.
Yep.
You kill this little guy right here.
All right.
So now it's Hafnar's turn.
Ugh! Hathnar is enraged at Captain Krug falling, or enraged at the bugbear more specifically, not at Captain Krug. So he's gonna attack the bugbear directly in front of him with his maul,
Which one, the warrior or the regular?
the regular.
Okay, so that's good. Okay, it's a good thing you said the regular one because that's a hit on the regular, but it wouldn't have been a hit on the other guy, I don't think.
Okay, so that's a hit for 10 damage.
Oh, I take that back. That would have been a hit on the big guy too. So that's 10 damage on him. Okay,
Yes.
hang on one second. Let me write that down here. I've got like 10 different charts I'm looking at right here.
I
So
have 3 screens up and all of them are full.
oh wow. So that hit against the bugbear did some serious damage. You can tell that he's fighting more sluggishly now. His eyes are starting to get clouded, and your blow, you actually like cut a big gash into it, like his flank, like pierced right through his shabby leather armor and just cut him right across the side.
With my blunt maul.
Oh, I thought you were using an axe.
No, a maul, a big
Okay.
hammer.
Oh well, let me rephrase that then. So you don't cut him. You cave that side of his rib cage in with your maul.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, that's gonna go on DM flubs of the week. so, so now it's Elduane's turn.
All right. I'm gonna move into position to start swinging. and I'm gonna swing my sword into the group of kobolds.
Okay, I'm just gonna say right now, does someone want to come down here and help Hafnar?
Theron's working on that.
So that's so that's a successful hit for 9 points of damage, which your mighty blow from that magic elven blade takes out these two kobolds. Just slices right through them like butter.
All right.
But Theron
All
is
right.
working on it. But he can only move. Oh wait, no, he can move 30. What? Oh wow. I could have been moving faster, and I apologize for that.
You're just gonna leave Hafnar out to dry?
No, I've been trying to get to him, but I've only been moving 20 feet each time.
Oh yeah, you can move. Yeah, you can move. You should be able to
30.
move like 40. I thought. Oh wait, no,
Um,
you're not wearing magic leather. It's just regular leather.
no, yeah, studded leather.
Oh, by the way, do you like your new token?
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Okay, good. I figured you'd like that better than the Robin Hood looking guy. Okay, so now it's Noah's turn now, right? Because Madame Elduane just sliced through those kobolds with her magic elven scimitar.
Yep.
I think what Noah's gonna do. Are these kobolds themselves still advancing?
Yeah, you can still advance.
Well, are they coming to us, or should we, or like, you know what I mean? These ones down south. These
Oh,
kobolds.
they those kobolds that are directly in front of you have dug in. They're not advancing anymore. They're gonna try to take advantage of those bushes and everything to have extra cover for their next attack.
So what Noah's gonna do? She's gonna look at her crew, and she's gonna say, somebody light fire to those bushes.
Theron just had that same idea.
Because it looks like they're isolated enough where they won't necessarily burn everything down, right? Like they're kind of, little. There's some
Um,
gap. You know,
if there's a successful flame arrow over here, that'll be enough to light fire to the kobolds. But these bushes may catch on fire as well. But it won't spread because this is mainly dirt and like dirt and gravel. So it's not like in the forest where everything just caught up.
oh,
Yeah.
you know what? I have a torch and a tinder box. I actually have a few torches, so I think what we'll do on this turn, if it's okay, is like I was thinking I'd pass out like a couple torches to these guys. We'd all light up and just try to, toss them into the bushes where the kobolds are. Or at least we can
Or
smoke them out.
you could have them pick up the alchemist fire from the dead kobolds that are over there.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because there's five dead kobolds in front of you that each had a bottle of alchemist fire at their belt. You could pick those up and throw
hell
them
yeah.
too. I forgot to mention that. Thanks for reminding me.
Okay. In that case, that's what I think we'll do is, would it be possible to tell, like, maybe half the group to throw, well, not the group is in us, but, like, these guys over here. Could I tell maybe half of them to, like, throw the alchemist fire into there, and then if the kobolds get flushed out in this direction, we try to cut them down, if that makes sense?
Yeah, you can do that. What you can do is on this turn, uh, you can have them pick it up, and then in a few more turns, when it's their turn, they can throw it.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think that'd be a really cool thing to do.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Is Nick gonna fight at all? He's just been like standing there.
He talks a good game, but he hasn't really,
He's a
he
little
hasn't really
wuss.
done anything. He's good, but later on he's going to tell everybody about how he single-handedly took out all the kobolds with his dagger and his supposed magic shield.
He's a little shy.
So he's got a front row seat for the battle, but of course, if anybody contradicts him, then it'll be no ale for that guy. No soup for you. So whose turn is it now? Are we still on Noah's turn or?
No, what she's gonna do, she's gonna join in the, basically we're just gonna light up the bushes, basically.
Okay. All right. So you picked up all the 5 bottles of alchemist fire and gave it out to the crew.
Yep. We're gonna do something cool. It may end up with everything being burnt down, but it'll be cool, I promise.
It may be worth bonus experience if it's that cool.
Ooh.
So, unfortunately, Captain Krug is knocked unconscious, so he's not going to be able to act for this round. He actually rolled, when I rolled for how many rounds he was going to be unconscious for, it was actually he's going to be out for the next 4 rounds. Unless
Okay.
somebody stabilizes him or casts, Cure Light Wounds or something to that effect. So he is unable to act this round.
I mean,
Um,
I would give him a potion, but I'm a little bit busy fighting 2 bugbears by myself.
Theron's working on it.
well, Captain Krug is not close to death. He took a severe injury. So now we have the crew led by Noah is going to attack by throwing the vials of alchemist fire at the kobolds down here, and that's an automatic hit. So we're going to roll because they get each hit of the alchemist fire would be 3d6 fire damage. Then I'm actually going to roll 9d6 for damage,
Oh my god.
and we'll see what happens with that. 1, 2, 3. Bam! So that's 32 points of damage.
Damn.
Divided by 4, that should be 8, right?
Yes. That is 8.
Nice.
Yep, that is exactly 8. Damn.
Nice. Go Noah.
5.
We're burning all the kobolds, dude. That's great.
Leader of Green Guardsmen.
But that much alchemist fire going off in a small such a small singular location like that, it does cause the bushes to catch on fire.
Expected.
Okay. We'll just have to, after the fight, we'll have to kind of, like, just make sure it doesn't spread anywhere else. We can survive a couple burnt bushes.
So this whole area where the kobolds were catches on fire, and
Theron might
they're burning, and they're screaming and they're cursing at you in kobold, and they're dying.
go back to that town and buy back that shovel of unending tiredness.
Oh, does anybody else know about that, or do you want to tell everybody that doesn't know about the magic shovel?
I think we told them about that.
Wasn't it?
One of the loots in the one of the zero game sessions was a shovel that was enchanted so that you couldn't get tired while you were using it. And the shopkeeper shoveled cow or horse manure with it.
And he didn't get tired, so.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a random roll table. So this patch of ground is on fire here, and these kobolds, they scurry away from the fire, so they actually lose ground. They end up, the ones that didn't die, try to move out of the way of the fire. So these kobolds here are in retreat. This group of kobolds, this one here is going to attack Elduane. Is going to stab at her with his little short sword for 11. Does that hit your AC?
No.
Okay,
Or
so
20 AC.
his attack misses. He's going to dart forward, but not attack. Bugbear is shouting orders, so his men or his kobolds are advancing.
Oh boy.
So they're mad at what they just saw. So.
Oh god, the kobolds are mad, guys.
And they're yelling and stuff. Okay, the Bugbear Warrior has not attacked yet, but since he's a punk, he's going to attack Captain Krug while he's down.
Oh,
And that is not a hit, so he misses that strike. And then this Bugbear is going to attack Hafnar. He misses.
Yeah, he does.
And then this little kobold who's hiding over here in the bushes, he's gonna throw his alchemist fire at Elduin. And let me check his range here. So that's an automatic hit on you, Elduin. But
Oh, shit.
roll a dexterity check.
Oh.
Pass.
Pass, awesome. So rather than taking a full 3d6 of fire damage, you take 1d6 of splash damage. So you take 3
Alright.
points.
Oof.
Hey, I mean, could have gone worse.
Yeah.
So this one here is a punk. Throwing his alchemist fire. And that's it for the kobolds. Now we're back to initiative order. Oh crap! I accidentally closed it. Hang on. Oh, there it is. All right.
Can Theron attack and then move?
Theron can attack and move. Yeah.
Okay, so he's going to fire a what's it called? Fire arrow
All right.
at this group. They're in medium range. 24 versus AC for 6. 8 damage.
So you managed to wipe out 2 of them.
Okay. And then he's going to move here.
Have these archers been attacking?
Yes,
Yeah,
they have.
They have been. They've been rolling badly though.
One of them has, anyways.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, they didn't attack last turn though. They missed their
Oh.
last turn attack. All right, so I'll roll their attack really quick. So the keep archers fail that attack. hella anticlimactic. So now it's Halthnar's turn.
Okay. After seeing the bugbear attack Captain Krug while he was down, he points a finger at him and says, "I'm gonna bash your skull in for that after I'm finished with your friend here," and then attack the one in front of him, just the regular bugbear, with his maul.
Oh, that's a hit. Okay, 13. And you kill that bugbear. So describe what that looks like.
So Hathor pulls back with his maul and smashes into the bugbear's knee, and then brings it up and over his head and crushes his skull like a grape while he's
Awesome.
on the ground.
And the bugbear warrior, he looks at you, and at first he says something in bugbear that you don't understand, but then he looks at you and he points his finger and he says, "Bugbear, kill you."
Bugbear can try.
Now it's Elduin's turn.
Alright, I have a question. Should
Yeah.
these 2 kobolds have been hit by the splash of the alchemist fire since they're so close to me?
I can't remember. Hang on a second. Let me roll something here. Okay, so I determined that yes, they could be hit, and so I rolled the damage, but it's less than 4,
Yeah.
so it doesn't count.
Okay.
If it had
And
been over
Elduin's
4, it would, then one of them would have been dead.
And Elduin's gonna just draw her sword and do a sweeping strike at in front of her.
Okay.
On page.
All right, so that's a hit. So your sweeping strike takes out both of these little guys right here. They never got a chance to
Then
draw their short swords.
Um.
So now it's Noah's
Am
turn.
I able to?
But,
Am I able to drink a potion instead of make a movement?
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'm gonna just drink some magic water.
Okay. Yeah, so if you take a swallow of that, and it gives you 1d4 plus 1 back. Oh, so you're doing pretty good. So you're pretty much recovered.
Yeah.
Okay, so now it's Noah's turn.
Okay. So the ones to the very south and east are they starting to like break ranks and like run away, or are they looking? What are they doing now? Like,
Well, I was actually getting ready to roll a morality check for them to see if they'll run away. So I can actually do that right now. Give me 1 second. I have to just look up what their morality is. Morale. Okay.
kobolds are the most morality of all.
So their morale is 6, and we roll that on a d20, right?
In old games, it used to be like you do like 2d6, and if it's greater than or something like that. I don't know how it works in this one though.
Let me look it up really quick, unless Tanner knows off the top of his head. You you
I'm
you,
sorry, I
you can
wasn't paying attention.
you can be like the assistant DM because you know all the rules that I forget.
No,
Anyway.
I have the rule books open on my third screen.
Oh, awesome. So what does it say about morale?
Morale. That is in this book. That is on. I just saw it too.
I have the index. It's on pages
49.
yeah, 39, 49, and 54.
So.
Because I have a physical copy of the book, but I keep flipping back and forth through it.
Yeah, the main thing on morale. NPCs and monsters. Each monster listing has the monster's morale score, a figure between 2 and 12. To make a morale check, roll 2d6.
2d6.
If the
Okay.
roll is equal to or less than the morale score, the monster or monsters are willing to stand and fight.
So the kobolds roll a 6 for their morale, and their morale is 9. So is that successful?
What's their morale?
9.
9. Yes, that would be a successful
Okay.
morale check.
Okay. So the kobolds are their morale check is successful, and they're resolute, so they're not retreating at all. But they're also not advancing because of the flames. So they're trying to reconfigure their techniques right now. Wait, who went to the bathroom? Oh, that was Elderwayne. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's Noah's turn, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, because I was going to ask, if kobolds are about to like keep charging this front, I was going to say like we like stay here and just like dig in. But if they're still dug in, then I think what we'll do is I'll suggest like we charge forward and just try to like eventually loop around and just smash the ones that remain.
Okay. Yeah, because the kobolds they're not fleeing, but they're digging in. They're not making any movements at all. They're just gonna stay where they're at. And it's almost like you get the feeling that the alchemist flame and the fire messed up their techniques, and now they're trying to quickly reorganize their tactics.
Okay. So what's going to happen is that Noah is going to I'm going to bless the group, and then I think we're going to start moving. Like, she'll shout something like, "Let's go! Like, we have them exactly where we want them. We can smash their ranks and just destroy them here."
Awesome.
And then we'll just like, if they'll listen to me, we'll just start kind of moving around and trying to hit these guys from the side, basically.
Okay. Yeah, they're listening to you. Their morale is high. They've seen you take down some kobolds. They're angered by Captain Krug falling in battle. They're ready to go. So they're charging, and along with you. How many feet was that? Yeah.
So, yeah, that looks about right.
Yeah. So you guys can move up to about here, and yeah. So these kobolds are digging in, and Captain Krug is still unconscious, so he's unable to act. The keep archers are going to make their attack now, and they're going to attack this group over here. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. They're going to attempt to attack this one and this one here. So again, one of them hits and one of them doesn't. So the one that hits rolls a 6.
Oh.
So he takes him out. Arrow whizzes right by Eldawain and takes out the kobold standing directly in front of her. Nick just continues to stand there and watch the battle and pretend that he's a hero. So now we have this particularly nasty kobold that's standing next to Eldawain is going to attack her, running at you and stabbing at you with his short sword. Is a 16 a hit on you? Your AC is 16, right?
My AC is 15 plus 2 from the shield, and then plus 3 from the shield spell, so I'm
Okay,
at 20.
so that's not a hit. So he misses you. The blow is magically deflected by your shield spell.
Okay.
And so these 3 kobolds that are hiding behind a tree begin to emerge and they head down towards you, trying to surround you, Elduin. Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, so these kobolds head out and they're attempting to surround you. And these kobolds, taking orders from the bugbear, they advance towards you to where they're almost. This one's almost in engagement range with you. The bugbear is still shouting orders. The bugbear warrior attempts to attack Hathnar. He rolls a 14, which is a miss. And the dug-in kobolds begin to reorganize. So these ones here at the ridge, they move over and start facing this direction because they think that you're going to come from that side. Whereas these 3 that went down the ridge, they, at the orders of the bugbear, they run forward and begin to advance up the road.
Okay.
So Eldawain's going to be in some trouble here if she doesn't move or do something.
Yeah.
Because now we're back to the top, and the fire is still going over here, but it's not spreading. And I rolled for wind, and there's no wind. It's a clear
Oh.
day, so the fire is just going.
All right. So Theron. Oh.
I actually urge you, Theron, to help Elduin and not Hathnar.
Yeah,
now,
that's
considering seems to be working out all right over here.
yeah. What's Bugbear Warriors look like? How damaged does he look?
He is he's suffered some damage. His fur and his cloak are burned from where the fire arrows have hit him. He's got blood coming from those arrow wounds, but he's still fighting and he's still strong. He's very very vibrant and just going. He is not not hardly damaged.
And Hathnar hasn't taken any damage, I believe.
Halfnar has not taken any damage, no, but Captain Krug is still down.
Yeah. Oh, hey, here we go. I might be able to fix this. If I fired an arrow, a fire arrow here, would I risk splash damaging Elduin?
Show me the ping again. No, she would be just out of range of getting splash damage.
Okay. So Theron is going to move here and fire a fire arrow there.
Okay.
Da, da, da. 15 versus AC.
That's a hit.
Alright. 3d6. 6 damage.
That's a hit for 6 damage, so you're able to take out you're able to take one of them out for sure. The one closest to her, you got him.
Alright.
And then actually, let me roll for splash damage really quick, because that one's close enough to take some. So it's less than 4, so the splash damage is not fatal to him.
Yep.
Okay, so now it's Hathnar's turn.
Hathnar will say to Theron, well, Theron, it's about time, and place himself between Captain Krug and the Bugbear Warrior and attack with his maul.
And that's a hit for 6 damage.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, Elduin is going to toss the second alchemist fire into this group. Sorry. Oh my. Oh, I'm not on the right tool. To like this group right over here.
Okay.
That just hits, right?
Yeah, it's an automatic hit, so it's just damage of 3d6. Awesome. Yeah, so that's enough damage to take out 2 of these little buggers.
And then she's gonna make a tactical retreat.
Okay.
Good idea.
Awesome. So now it's Noah's turn.
Okay, we're gonna keep on keeping on. Let's see, 30 feet. We should be able to move like kind of down here. We're making that slow trek. We're gonna eventually reach these guys.
Well, if you they are they close enough to do a charging attack and close that distance?
It would have to be through the fire, I think.
Oh yeah, that's right, because the fire would be right here.
We are not badass enough to run right through the fire, so
So well, you advance. You're almost in engagement range, but you're going around the fire.
I know it's gonna be pretty intense, right? We're coming around the mountain.
That's
Maybe
right.
at level 6 or something.
Possibly.
Just run straight through fire.
So how many turns has Captain Krug been unconscious for?
2 or 3, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let him have a dexterity or a Constitution check to see if he can revive. That's a successful Constitution check. So Captain Krug has regained consciousness and slowly stands up. He's
Okay.
still too foggy to attack, but he sees that Theron's at his back and Hathnar is guarding his front, so he's going to take a few seconds to shake off the fog in his head. The keep archers are going to continue firing. They've been pretty useless so far, or at least one of them anyways. Yeah, because one hits and the other one misses again. So that's that's a d6. And he takes out one. So 1 is better than none. So this battle's going pretty good here for you guys.
Yeah.
Of course it is.
The kobolds are going to roll, that are down here, are going to roll another morale check really quick as they see you advance. So they roll an 11, and their morale is 6. So they have to roll over 6 or under 6.
If they roll equal to or less than, it's a successful morale check and they stand and fight.
Okay, that is not a successful check. So you've actually scared these kobolds into retreating. So they turn tail and run away. They leave.
Scared cowards.
They leave the battlefield. The bugbear warrior is going to swing his battle axe at Hathnar. He rolls a critical fail, and he slips and falls. So now he's the one who's prone. We got the other bugbear is still shouting orders, and these 3 kobolds advance, and these 2 advance towards Elduin, and one of them tries to attack her. With his short sword, and he rolls an 11, which is a miss. And I believe that's it for the enemy's turn. So now we're back to the top.
Alright. So Theron's going to move here and fire a fire arrow into this group.
Okay.
Let's kill that now. They're still. Are they still at medium range?
I think they're at close range now.
Yes, yes, they are. Short range. 4, 3, 6. 8 damage.
That's a hit. Kobolds hate fire. They're afraid of fire, so that's why they're just freaking out and they're getting set on fire, and yeah, they hate it. So now it's Halthnar's turn.
All right.
shit.
Since this bugbear warrior is prone, does that mean I get a bonus?
Now technically, yes, yeah, I'll give it to you because I should have rolled a bonus when I attacked Captain Krug when he was prone, but I didn't. So, but I'll give you this bonus.
Okay, is that like +2 or?
Yeah, it's +2.
Okay. Attack with my maul again.
Whoosh, damn, dude. That is a roll of 26. That's not
Yeah.
enough to kill him, but you strike him straight in the head with your brass maul, and it doesn't kill him, but he's down on the ground. He's unconscious now. For the bugbear chieftain is unconscious now for 6 rounds. So
Karma's a bitch, ain't it?
it is. So now it's Noah's turn.
Okay.
Elduin.
Well, it's gonna take even longer, but I'm thinking we'll start gradually looping around. I mean, I'm glad they left. Okay, I'm not complaining, but you know, it's like we're gonna start looping around, and eventually we're gonna join you guys just in time for the entire Eastern Front to be dead.
What's
You could
is
also attempt to put out the fire. That
Oh,
But you know what? That's actually an even better idea. I think that's what we'll do because we don't want to scorch everything in front of the keep.
and we're down to the last few. So actually, these kobolds are going to roll a morale check right here.
You also skipped my turn.
Oh, did I? Okay, let's
Yeah.
take your turn first, and then we'll roll the kobolds' morale.
All right, covered in blood and tired, Elduin, swings at these two with her bloodied elven sword.
And that's a hit for 6. So yeah, I'll let these two get killed because I think one of them suffered a couple of extra points of damage from fire splash.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 more are down. These last 6 over here are going to roll their morale check now. And that's a 10. So is that successful?
That's you said their morale was 6?
Yeah,
Then that's a failure.
that is a failure. So they turn tail and run. And the bugbear is enraged. His men have run away. He's seen his partners be killed, and he sees his warrior chief. So he's going to run. Let's see. He's 80 feet away from you. So can he run and attack Theron, or can he just advance towards him?
What's his movement?
His movement is 40.
Then yeah, he could charge.
Okay.
Well,
So he's going to make a charging attack on you, Theron, and attack you with his battle axe. 15?
Miss.
That's a miss. Okay. So now we're back to the party order because everybody else is either run away or is dead.
All right.
Maybe try subduing damage on that bugbear because he was shouting orders. We could interrogate him.
Can we interrogate him?
If any of you speaks bugbear, or if you find out what kind of language he speaks, or if there's any way that you, but he, of course, the heat of battle is not the best time to ask him if he speaks common.
Yeah, and
I mean, we
In
got
there-
that interpreter back at
Elduin
the.
speaks Goblin, So if bugbears speak Goblin, I'd be able to communicate with them.
We have that interpreter back at the keep, anyways.
Yeah, they
So we
may
could just
speak bugbear also.
bring it back there. Corvus actually spoke bugbear.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did.
Wow.
Oh man.
This might be a good time to pull him out as an NPC if you're going to.
Preston.
Unfortunately, Theron doesn't think of this because
Has it
and
come up? Does the party know that about Corvus?
No, I don't think the party knew.
I don't think the party knows that Elduin can speak Goblin either.
Yeah.
Rest in pizzas.
And not to mention, this guy just charged Theron, so he's an immediate threat right now. So he's going to not do subduing damage and attack with his short swords. Main hand, offhand.
Okay, so that's one successful hit for 6 damage, but your main hand strike misses.
Okay.
And let's see. That's
Someone can tell
6.
Theron to do subduing damage on
Yeah,
their
I was
next
gonna.
turn.
I was gonna say, Hathnar will shout out to Theron, take him alive. We don't know what information he has. And then he'll look down at the unconscious bugbear warrior and say, "Death is more honor than you deserve," but then attack him anyways.
What?
I don't guess that's a hit, huh?
That's not a hit on him. Well, I mean, that's right. He's down and prone. So did you add the +2 already?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, yeah, that you miss him somehow. You miss him while he's prone on the ground.
Alright, Elduin's gonna move in as close as she can. And then throw a spear at his leg.
Of this one.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a hit for 6 damage.
For
1 damage.
1 damage.
Wait for. Oh, my bad. I'm looking at the wrong one here. Oh, I was still on. For some reason, it was still on Theron's attack. Okay,
didn't
so that's
scroll down.
Yeah, I didn't scroll down. So that's a hit for 1 point of damage. Man, they're gonna take away my DM's license. So I made all kinds of mistakes in this battle.
It's okay. Invoke Rule 0.
So it's Noah's turn, right? Because Elderwayne just went.
Hey, did we put out the fire?
Hang on 1 second. Let me roll for that. So with Noah and the group acting together, they've managed to control the flames, but it's not the fire is not completely out yet. But
Yeah,
it's reduced.
So I think even though it's not as maybe as exciting as like smashing in a bugbear's head, we're gonna try to keep putting out that fire.
Okay, all right.
We don't want everything to burn down. We almost did it the first time with the fireball and the forest.
So the fire is definitely shrinking and becoming contained. I'd have to say it's like 75% contained.
Good.
Okay, so now we're just to the bugbears, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
Because there's nobody else left on the field. Okay, so
Captain Krug's awake, isn't he?
yeah, Captain Kruger's awake, so he can take he's gonna step out from behind Hathnar, and he's gonna take a pop at the bugbear warrior with his two-handed greatsword that he picked up off the ground. And he bellows like Mel Gibson in Braveheart, but he doesn't hit anything.
How do we keep missing this guy?
I have no idea. So Bugbear Warrior is going to attack Hathnar.
He's unconscious, isn't he?
Who, Hafnar or oh, that's right.
Bugbear
Bugbear
warrior.
warriors, yeah. So regular Bugbear is going to attack Theron with his battle axe, and he does
That's a
not hit.
miss. Then it's Theron's turn.
It is Theron's turn, but at that exact moment that the Bugbear swings and misses, all of a sudden there's like a rumble, like the earth is quaking, and lightning flashes from the sky, and like a big ball of green fire explodes, and all of a sudden you see in front of you,
The fuck?
Oh shit.
and he turns and looks at you, and he points to the two
Oh.
bugbears, and he says, "You have failed me for the first and last time." And a bolt of fire comes right out of his hand and takes them both out. Theron and Hafnar, you take 1d6 splash damage from the flame.
Oh.
My God.
Are we rolling that or are you?
No, you're gonna roll that.
Okay.
Okay.
And then also there's another handout.
Oh.
Is he that large?
Our villain has arrived.
Man. This homie is the truest of the necromancers with this name.
So this entity arrives on the battlefield, and he says, after he dispatches the two bugbears servants that failed him, he addresses the party with a voice that's dry. His voice sounds like wind blowing through dry leaves against the tombstones at midnight. It sounds like somebody rolling bones in a cup. And he addresses the party and he says, I will give you the mercy that I was not afforded. You can leave the area and never return if you wish to keep your pathetic lives.
Wow. Savage.
And just leave the area and leave the keep to suffer my vengeance.
Well.
Now, he's not really that big. I'm trying to more illustrate the fact that he's tall. He's like 7 feet tall. But he's big. He's big. He's bigger than any guy. He's almost as big as Captain Krug, who's only a little bit bigger.
Does he go away again?
No, he's waiting for the party to address him, or ask him questions, or to interact with him.
Who
Someone-
are you?
I am your death.
Damn.
Okay, but seriously, who are you?
You may call me Lord Mortis.
Oh boy.
Well, from the distance, you hear Noah shout, "I make no deals with those who unbalance life and death." In between, like, putting out this fire.
Yeah, I forgot Noah was over there for a minute.
Now Lord Mortis, or Rigo Mortis, shoots a cone of ice from his hands and puts out the fire. And Hafnar, you take some ice. You take 1d6 of ice splash damage.
Oh, what is up with this splash damage?
You could get splashed.
Ugh.
And he says what all villains say. He says, "My power is greater than you can ever begin to comprehend."
So what, like level 6, right?
It means your life means absolutely nothing to me. I could swat you like a fly, and I wouldn't lose any sleep over it. Your presence is completely inconsequential.
This guy's real armor.
Then why are you concerned about it whether or not we stay in the keep?
Oh, he didn't think about that, huh?
Got him.
Your your insectile lives concern me little.
Um,
Okay, then you shouldn't have a problem with us staying in the keep.
Then you can stay in the keep while I burn it down, and I'll watch and enjoy the sound of your flesh roasting.
Then that is what we shall do. Now, I believe we have business to attend to back at the keep.
um, oh, this is such a bad idea. Theron's going to fire a fire arrow.
Dude, no, don't do that.
Can you stop him?
Throw the holy water.
Go ahead and roll it.
Hathnar, jump and stop him.
Yeah, Hathnar stops him. Just as he sees him drawing back his bow, he'll grab it and say, "I don't think that's a good idea, elf."
Racist.
And with that attempt to strike him, his voice gets really low, and it sounds even more ominous than it did before. And he says, "I will make your flesh fall from your bones, and your bones will join my army." And with that, he disappears.
Okay, thank God.
Why? Why? Why would you do that?
Theron would do that because it's a threat, and he doesn't know how to. He doesn't do subtlety.
He doesn't do conflict resolution.
No, there's a threat. He's gonna attack it to try to get rid of it.
No conflict resolution. I like that.
Yeah.
So Captain Krug's warriors they begin to return towards the keep so they can make their reports and tell everybody what they've seen.
Alduin's gonna move over to where all these fallen kobolds were and pick up some of the leftover alchemist fire.
So you're able to claim 10 bottles of alchemist fire.
As a party.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's
Hathnar will take a lesser share of that since that doesn't divide evenly.
Yeah, how many? So there's 4 of us. So that'd be
2 people would get 3, and 2 people would get 2. Hathnar's fine with taking 2.
Theron only needs 1 really, but he'll take 2.
alright. Alduin gets 3, Noah gets 3.
Sounds fine to me.
So that D6 I rolled, on a 1 or a 2, Theron was going to attack.
That's
Dude,
what we
you
find
are
out. We find out
so lucky.
even though he's tall, he's actually really weak. Like, wouldn't that be funny? Like,
You hit him for 6 and he dies.
right.
No, that
So
would have
he's
been
gonna be
3d6. But how much would that have
Oh,
been? 15 damage.
wow.
God damn.
Well,
Just dies.
yeah.
It's like, congratulations, you completed the campaign.
Well, guys, I guess you can go home now.
Well,
No, I
actually,
expect he's like a higher level that has like 30 at least.
yeah,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have let the attack be successful even if it was, because I would have just said that like he has shield casted on himself or something.
Yeah, no problem. That's story
Fucking,
stuff.
fucking
Yeah.
scary badass dude, right? Like,
You can't beat the main guy in the first episode.
Yeah, I had players once who like spent like an hour preparing a trap for the big bad evil guy and ended up dealing like like dozens and dozens of damage to him in a couple of turns and killing him when they really shouldn't have. Bad idea.
Wow.
They like improvise the rest of the campaign.
Wow.
Well, he could just be a lieutenant
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
of the main guy.
he left
Well, I had him just like get raised from the dead as like a lich basically.
So, everybody will receive 1,155 XP from that battle.
Yeah!
Ooh.
Hold on.
Do we divide that, or we just take that?
No, that's divided.
1,115.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay.
115. So 40 less than that.
Wait, no, I'm sorry. It's 1,155. Not 15.
1,155.
Yeah.
Only need
Um,
one more of those.
Do we even have any human characters with us?
We have Noah, who is human. Everybody else is elven. So Noah actually gets.
Hey, I'm offended.
What's that?
Half elf.
I'm offended. I'm dwarven. I'm not elven.
So Noah actually gets 1,270.
Man,
I think somebody's
Four,
close
five, zero,
close to leveling up.
I did level up.
You did?
Nice.
Yeah. So what's the gap between level 2 and or 3 and 4 for a fighter?
You're a fighter. Jeez. Essentials.
That is 4,000 I need.
Yeah.
Or no, 8,000.
So you're level 3. So you're nothing changes for fighters at level 3.
I
I
have
don't
a
think.
question.
No,
Does
I
your
think they
XP?
get +1 bonus to hit.
No, that's
Oh, that's level 4. I'm thinking
Uh,
level 2.
yeah, 2 and 3 are the same. Let me double check the.
Yay. 7 HP. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I think Noah had a
Yay.
question.
Yes. So the XP points. So it says to get the level 3, you need 3,000. Does that mean? So for cleric level 2, you need 1,500, and then level 3, you need 3,000. Does that mean I need just like to get the level 2 to free, you just need 1,500 more XP, or does that mean you need to save up 3,000 more XP to get to the next level?
No, it means you need to save up 3,000 more.
Oh,
So you start like at,
Yeah.
but so you start back at kind of like 0 XP effectively, and work up to
Yeah.
3,000.
Yeah, pretty much. Like if
I
you
th-
go over on XP, it doesn't carry over.
I thought we decided that we were carrying him over last
Yeah.
session.
no.
I thought we were just tracking total XP and not resetting to 0.
Yeah, I thought we decided that last session because Goliath said that's what he did.
Okay, yeah, you guys are right.
I think we're asking multiple different questions.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
trying to get it all straight right now. So Goliath leveled up, but he had said that he carried over his experience from last time. I remember that conversation. So now, yeah, so we did agree that we're gonna carry over experience.
Okay, so for example, right now I have 2,185 XP,
Mhm.
and so I only need 815 more to level up because I leveled 3,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good.
Okay, and then so Tanner gets to be my assistant DM because he knows all the rules that I keep forgetting, or the house rules that we came up with.
so
Oh yeah.
this hasn't, for some reason, these words haven't been said in a way that makes my mind click. So, at level 1, you start at 0.
That's correct.
And then at level 2, it takes 2,000 XP to get there. So then for level 3, it says it takes 4,000. Does that mean we only need 2,000 more to get to level 3?
Uh,
Or do we need a total of 4,000 more to get to level 3?
Okay, so normally you would need that higher total to get to the next level, but because of the way that Goliath leveled up and the house rule that we made the last session, then we'll have it to where you only need the lower number to level up.
Okay.
Okay.
Because that's how I've been leveling up.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
how I
that's
interpreted it.
yeah, that's fine too because that's I mean that's one possible way to interpret it. I probably didn't communicate it the right way, so that's why we came up across this situation. But because I'm flexible, then I'm okay with that.
Okay. It
You know,
just
'cause
makes us level up faster.
yeah, and like whatever's easier, because I'm not here to be a rules lawyer or to try to be like a power gamer. And if you guys get too powerful too quick, I'll just throw more powerful monsters at you. So so but yeah, so anybody that wants to search the crispy corpses of the bugbears might find some treasure, and anybody that wants to search the 10 dead kobolds that are in your vicinity might find something.
Theron will search the bugbears at least.
Okay.
He's right there.
So on the chief bugbear, excuse me, the chief bugbear has 9 gold pieces, and this is coming off of a random chart. So he's got
Okay.
9 gold pieces, and he has 7 more. So he's got a total of 16 gold pieces.
Wow, such riches.
Yeah. And then the two regular bugbears. One had 9 gold pieces, and the other had 7 gold pieces. So yeah, the
Okay.
riches are not flowing out of these out of these bugbears.
So 18 plus 14 is 32. 32 divided by 4 is 8. So each of us get 8 gold.
And the 10 kobolds that were in your vicinity, that 15, 20. So they have a total between the 10 of them. They have a total of 35 gold pieces.
Okay, so I leveled up. I got my hit points, my spell, because I finally get a first level spell, and oh man, what was there? Oh, attack bonus, which is 0 when it goes up. Does anyone know what a level 2 cleric attack bonus is? It's still +1.
Currently looking.
I always forget where it is in the book because I know it's not in it's in the action somewhere.
Don't you get new spells too?
I did. I got my first level 1 spell, and I went with protection from evil, or protection from good. If I, for some reason, want to protect us from good.
Hey.
Where is it? There it is. Page 46.
46.
Uh,
Here we go. So cleric level 1, 2.
you're still at 1.
Yeah. So up +1. Okay. So I think that's all that happened when I.
Your saving
Saving
throw.
throws.
2 to 3. Your looks like you get -1 to everything.
Hold on. Where's the table for that?
The table for that is page 53.
53. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, I also get a little better at turning undead.
Oh, that's right. There's that table too. So many tables.
That's how you know it's an old school game. Like everyone's got different tables.
So it's just the party left on the battlefield. All the keep warriors and Captain Krug have returned to the keep. While you're out there searching the bodies of the dead and just looking at the carnage. The ground is soaked with the blood of dead kobolds.
Well, of dead. Whoa, that was a little hardcore. I'm a little scared now. A little spooked. Okay, and I think I'm done leveling up. Well, actually, I gotta change my level to 2, and I'll do that. Sweet. The best part is I rolled really good on hit points, so now it means I'm going to die immediately.
Okay. So Theron looks around and shrugs like, what are we gonna do?
Well, let's see. It seems I would wager Noah steps up and kind of dusts her hands off. I would wager that Rego Mortis fellow is actually the son of the lady that was burnt at the funeral pyre. That would explain his fascination with death and his apparent beef with the keep.
That seems likely.
Theron nods.
As for what to actually do about it, I am currently at a loss.
Theron shrugs and writes down, find the caravans, check out the rest of the crypt.
That's what I was thinking. I was hoping some of the other seemingly unrelated things that are going on here would have some clues.
Well, there's still Elduane still has these scrolls of speak to the dead, and there's plenty of dead people to speak with now.
Talk to some dead kobolds.
I feel as though we might want to save them for the old bailiff. At
Ooh,
least save
damn, that'd be hella good.
Yeah, that's true. Hathnar will sit on the ground and say, I took a hit from that wannabe necromancer there, so I suggest we go back to town and get our bearings before we do anything else.
Well, can we take a short rest here and use a hit die?
You can do that. Just at that moment, a messenger comes running up to the party, and it's a letter from, or not a letter, but a message from the cleric Zavin asking if the party could meet him at the chapel at their earliest convenience.
Ooh.
Theron will nod and uh, yeah, I think he's gonna go now.
Yeah, Hathnar I'll go with.
So the party is leaving the battlefield, returning to the keep, and as you walk through the gates, the people begin to clap. They begin to hail you as heroes. They're like, I've never seen, a lot of the warriors are like, I've never seen a battle that amazing before. And they're just, everybody's happy that, we're so glad that you're here. You can have a discount at the shop. They're so happy for your presence. One of them even mentions that now that Arlon is gone, there's even an opening for a skilled ranger if Theron wants to join with Captain Krug. And they're all just basically like praising the group and congratulating you on the victory and telling you how awesome you are.
Hathnar will humbly accept the praise. Say, I could not allow a town in need to fight a war like that themselves, or a battle, or whatever.
You're very gracious. So you're walking through the streets, and everybody's clapping you on the back, and everybody's giving you the thumbs up and congratulating, and you arrive at the chapel, and just inside the door, you see Zavin, the cleric of Pelor, and in the time that the party has come to get to know this particular character, you come to realize that he's basically the doctor of the keep, because the clerics of Pelor are very into medicine. So he's the closest thing that the keep has to a doctor. And his ideas are more scientific and less religious, which is actually sort of something that's kind of encouraged by the Pelorian healers, that they, they understand the spiritual aspects, but they also, they understand that the body functions in a certain way. And he comes out of the door and he greets the party and he ushers you inside and he says, I have something to discuss with the party, an idea. I couldn't possibly do it by myself, and it's definitely something that Brother Gilmore would disapprove of. But it would be very, very commonplace in my order. And but it may include doing something that could be considered as sacrilegious to the dead.
Mm-mm.
Hathnar will shush the cleric and know what that is, and say, what do you need us to do?
Well, before I ended up at the keep, I was studying a science and techniques that we refer to as pathology, which means that we perform experiments and dissections on the dead to determine causes of death and to determine if somebody was poisoned, or if somebody died of natural causes, or if it was murder. But that would require me getting access to both the bodies of Arlon and the bailiff, and conducting my experiments on them.
This would interest Elduin, and she would say that she would be willing to help participate in these experiments.
Yes, Hathnar will agree.
Serenal nod.
And Zavin says, "Well, just how do you propose that we do this? I don't think that we should directly go to the bailiff and ask if we can experiment on the corpse of his dead father. He does not like elves, so maybe he would care less what we did with the elf's body. But in order to answer some of these lingering mysteries and lingering questions involving the death of these people and the unexplained events going on around here, I would need access to both bodies. And both bodies are laid out in the crypt underneath the bailiff's residence." What do you propose that we do?
Let's see.
Why don't we take 5, and then we can get back to that, because I have to get something to drink.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be right back as well, gentlemen.
Okay, I'll be right back.
I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm back.
I'm here. Say, just offhand, I'm working on a dragon right now. Do you guys think a better backstory for a dragon would be just being born a dragon, or being a king a long time ago who was turned into a dragon by insatiable greed, like the Scandinavian mythology route?
Hmm, that's interesting. I've not heard of anything like that before, so that might be a more creative and unique take.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. It happened in I don't know how much Norse mythology you read, but it happened to someone in the tale of Sigurd, the Norse hero.
Hmm.
Someone was just so unbelievably greedy that it eventually ended up turning them into a dragon.
Oh, that's interesting because dragons are known for hoarding treasure and being greedy as well.
Oh yeah.
That's actually it's unique, but at the same time, it's one of those everything makes sense now moments. I would go with that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I do love dragons. There's this whole like group of people who believe that dragons are real, and dinosaur bones are actually dragon bones.
Yeah, I've heard that before, but I think the science contradicts that.
Yeah, a little bit.
Don't like a young Earth creationist think that dragons are real?
Yeah.
Young Earth
Well-
creationists, I mean, I don't mean to offend anyone here, but young Earth creationists are not the brightest in my experience.
Well,
That's
did you know there's a group of people that believe that the Earth is flat?
still?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
literally
Oh yeah, there's
I'm
a whole
literally
society
in
about it.
in a Facebook group called Flat Earth No Trolls.
Wow.
It just best Flat Earth content, and it's pretty sure it's like 50% trolls, 50% actual people. At least
Yeah.
that do the posting.
Wow.
It has 22,000 members, so I'm guessing maybe a third of those are legitimate.
Yeah. Any
Wow.
proof that you give them, they're all, no, that's a conspiracy. The scientists just want you to think that.
Oh yeah. It's
Yeah,
like
Oh,
like trying
yeah.
to
they
it's like trying to
they
talk global
basically
warming with people.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, I've run into people on YouTube like that, like conspiracy theorists and stuff. Like I don't know if you guys have ever played Quake,
Oh yeah.
but there's the scene where you're getting like all those like you're basically being turned into a trog.
Yeah, you're
Uh,
talking about in Quake 2 or Quake 3, I mean.
yeah,
No,
yeah,
Quake
you're
4.
getting like the super suit and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Someone commented on the video of that scene. It's like, this is just like Obamacare putting chips in you when you're not looking. And I,
Wow.
like an idiot, I replied, I'm like, Obamacare doesn't implant chips into people, right? And he's like, yeah, it does. It gives you a chip that it controls your money, and it can control your mind, and it can kill you
Wow.
if it gets a specific signal. I'm like, okay, everyone's viewpoint deserves to be heard, no matter how insanely moronic it is. So show me some proof uh, that Obamacare will put a chip in me that will kill me. And he's
Well,
like, okay, like look at this, and it was plans for an ID chip, things that could store your allergy information and identify you.
Mhm.
Because allergies in an emergency situation, being able
Uh-huh.
to read someone's allergies without talking to them can be very valuable. Because if
Yeah.
you give someone with an allergy to penicillin that antibiotic,
Mhm.
they could die.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean,
I
it's a good idea if you ask me.
well, yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know where these people come from with their conspiracy theories. I mean, I admit it, I used to believe in some conspiracy theories, but when people start talking about the lizard-eyed aliens and all that stuff, I'm like, dude, are you guys high? Like, are you eating paint chips before you watch YouTube? Like, what is wrong with you guys?
Yeah, I mean, if there's no proof to contradict it, I'll give it a thought. But otherwise, if it's so out there that you have to come up with some highly convoluted, well, the president does this, and then the foreign minister does this, and
Yeah.
then just no.
A lot of
Yeah,
it
it's
is
like-
just, like people looking for excuses for there being like bad shit going on in the world because they can't just like they can't accept that just like the structure of society can
Yeah.
create horrible things.
Yeah.
So they just kind of have to rationalize it being like, well, there's some bad actors at the top who are ruining everything for everyone.
Like Bush Plan 9/11.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one. Jet fuel can't melt steel beams, but melt does not equal make soft and malleable. So
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. Don't even get me started on politics, because like
I don't know.
after the current, after the most recent election, I was like, I can't watch the news anymore. Just
Really, we have to choose between this and this.
yeah, it's like
yeah,
saying,
actually,
you know,
I
do
saw
we?
a pretty funny GIF recently. It was having to vote for either Trump or Hillary, and it's this guy. He's got an arrow sticking out of each leg, and he
Oh,
like
yeah, I've
looks
seen
at one
that
and screams, looks at the other and screams. Pretty funny.
Yeah.
Russians.
Yeah,
Wait, who's with the Russians
God.
now?
Everybody.
everybody, yeah.
That's the stupidest.
They can tie any. At this point, like everyone in the country is like the Russians, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I just talked to the Russian government yesterday. Didn't you know?
Yeah, I'm actually in Vladimir Putin's secret society of assassins. So you guys know.
Uh-huh.
It turns out like you look.
Oh, so
around,
that's where Corvus came
we're
from.
playing this game in the Kremlin as we speak.
I get called a like Russian. I'm like pretty left wing, and I get called a Russian like robot every other week for complaining about Hillary Clinton supporters.
Ooh, see, that's the thing, man. You have to remember that Russians hacked the election and did it so good. There's no proof of it.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
exactly.
Gosh.
I'm gonna miss you guys.
Okay, all right. Well, back to the important business at hand. What's going on at the keep?
So much more important.
Yeah, it is actually to me, anyways. Because I can't stomach any more news, man.
Yeah.
I can't listen to the radio anymore. I can't watch it on TV anymore.
Yep. Oh shit! What's going on?
So basically, where we left off is that Zavin, the Pelurian cleric, is basically asking you to assist him with performing autopsies on the bodies of Arlon and the dead bailiff.
Would they be given a proper burial afterwards?
Yes.
Would all of the things inside of them be returned to them after they're examined?
All he needs to do is open them up and take a look inside, and then everything will be left as close to possible as it was before.
All right.
I asked if he thinks it would be a good idea to share this plan with Captain Krug and maybe get his assistance in distracting the bailiff and his wife for a couple hours while we get an opportunity to complete the procedure.
Captain Krug seems like he would be willing to help, especially if you explain to him that it's your part of your attempt to get down to the truth of the weird issues and mysteries that are going on.
So
Okay.
maybe we get Captain Krug to invite the bailiff and his wife over for dinner while we slip in and perform the autopsy, and we can also use the Speak with Dead scroll.
Yes, that would be a good time to use it. Captain Krug is not much of a invite people over for dinner kind of guy, so that might be suspicious, but I'm sure he can think of some other reason why he needs to urgently speak with the bailiff and get him away from his quarters.
I'm honestly more concerned about his wife.
Well, I mean, should we go talk to Captain Krug?
That may be a good idea.
I
Alright,
say we go do that.
do that.
So the party begins to walk towards Captain Krug's quarters, but then you hear his booming voice shouting orders to the men on the wall, and shouting commendations and congratulating some people and telling other people they needed to be to do this better, and basically just doing what the captain of the guard is supposed to do, debriefing the troops and everything. And he doesn't seem like he's like super calm though. He doesn't seem like he was just involved in a battle and knocked out for like 7 rounds.
Yeah, Hathnar will approach him and ask, Captain Krug, how is your head doing?
I've had worse injuries. One day I'll buy you a flagon of ale and I'll tell you the story of the crypt of corruption.
Sounds good. For now, we need your help, though.
What can I do for you, lads? And by the way, I was amazed at your fighting prowess out there. If I had a whole squadron of adventurers and warriors such as you, we could whip this place into shape in no time.
I appreciate it. Listen, we have a rather clandestine task that requires your assistance. Do you think you could help us get the bailiff away from his quarters for a while? Maybe a few hours?
And Captain Krug looks at you suspiciously and he says, "What's the play? What's the angle here?"
Does someone else want to explain it to him, or should I?
Elderwayne
Alright.
will
You
step
do it.
in and say, we have to do some investigations into the deaths of Arlon and the old bailiff.
It's about time, he says. Everybody that has eyes can tell that those 2 deaths stink. Stink to high heaven.
Now, I'm more concerned about getting his wife out of the house. Do you think
Okay.
you can do something that will get her out as well?
Well, it seems like his wife follows him wherever he goes, and after this skirmish outside of the walls, he's going to want a full debriefing of what happened, and all of that technical bureaucratic stuff. Normally, I would give him his report at his quarters, but I can come up with a reason for him to come to me for the report. Uh, I'll tell him that we need to strengthen the wall, and that my presence is required here to lead the troops. And if he could come to me for the report, that would be appreciated. I'll send a messenger right now if you wish.
I also add that I think he should ask the bailiff if he could look into getting reinforcements for the keep from the Baron.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely mention that to him when we have our meeting.
Alright.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
It also might be time to put your soldiers through a little extra training.
What do you mean?
I suggest we take a couple days to spend some time to give them, day-long training exercises and such, so that they're in shape for battle if any larger threats come. I mean, you saw that this necromancer that showed up at the battlefield.
And yes, I've never in all of my years seen anything quite like that. I'll take your advice into consideration. Everybody knows the troops can use refresher training movements.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
No problem. I'll write this letter and I'll have a messenger out to the bailiff's quarters in no time.
Thank you.
I don't want to know anything else about what you're doing though, because that way if I'm asked, I don't have to lie.
Very well. Should we get going?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess we're gonna head down to the crypt.
Yeah, well, if we have time to kill the bailiff, before the bailiff's house is open, we can always stop and speak with the grandma.
I'm not sure if you're going to have time to speak with the grandmother because Captain Krug has already written the letter written the
Okay.
message and sent the messenger to the bailiff's quarters. So basically, all you have to do is watch and wait for the bailiff to walk out the front door and to the battlement where he's supposed to meet Captain Krug.
All right.
Would this be considered a short rest that we didn't take out in the field?
Yeah, we'll count that as a short rest. And now the entrance to the crypt is actually outside of the residence on this side. So it looks at first like just an entrance to a basement, but it actually opens up into the Roberts family crypt and the keep crypt.
Yes.
All right.
By the way, Noah would like to, if we get a moment, or maybe even all of us, doing some. She would go to the chapel and do some prayers and just make sure to she'll just see like if the Raven Queen sends her a sign that doing an autopsy is bad. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Noah thinks it would be okay, but she doesn't want to just assume. You know what they say about assumptions.
Yeah. So while you go and pray for a sign in the chapel, just roll a wisdom check for me.
Okay, I'm gonna go to my sheet. I'm gonna roll a wisdom check. Wisdom. Now, I know you guys may think I should be really high in this, but the answer is no, I'm not. But wait a minute.
Well, that's if you rolled a 1, that's a success.
Okay,
He rolled a 12.
You rolled a
12.
12.
Yeah, and my wisdom's 11. Oh, are you trying to get above? Wait.
You're trying to get below, but the check thing is messed up.
Weird. Yeah. So if I
No,
roll,
the
Oh,
check
not
is
messed up.
the check is assuming we're trying to beat a DC.
oh, okay. So I would fail it by like 1 point effectively if I rolled a 12, and I have 11, right? So I was over it by 1.
So as you're in the church and you're praying for a sign and waiting for a vision, you don't get anything. Almost like your God is telling you that you have to go with your own feelings and instincts on the situation.
Okay. Well, I'll just have to watch the fellow do it carefully and make sure he doesn't do anything weird. Like if he pulls out some intestines and starts like essentially stroking the intestines, I'm going to have to,
Well, he has agreed that he is going to treat the bodies with as much respect as possible, and after the procedure is over, everything is going to be put back in as close possible, put back the way it was found. And he's also a cleric, so aside from being a man of medicine, he is also a man of faith.
Bye.
So hopefully that will allay your fears.
Yes. Because remember, guys, if I piss off my goddess, that means I lose everything.
Well,
you are
I'll,
now useless.
I'll let you know if your deity becomes displeased.
Yes, I have to whip myself. It's gonna be brutal, but also metal as fuck.
Oh wow, I didn't know it was that hardcore.
Speaking of which, you guys ever play Darkest Dungeon?
No.
No.
I want to. It looks good.
It is really good. It's got a class called the Flagellant.
Wow.
He he's basically one of those guys that whips themselves. And he gets stronger the less HP he has.
Wow.
I really want to house rule that in a D&D as a class at some point.
Wait, do you mean Darkest Dungeon, the tabletop RPG, or the?
The computer game, like the
Oh.
Steam game.
Because I'm pretty sure there's also a retro clone that's a tabletop RPG.
Yeah, I think I know the one you're talking about. It was controversial because it included rules for like rape and things like that and like horrible things.
Why? What? How many people are getting raped?
I have no idea. I don't know why you need rules for that.
Yeah, it's like pretty hardcore, I guess. Like, imagine if in this fight just now, like, kobolds were like, okay, we know you think we're that necromancer, but let's tell us let us tell you what we really think.
So as the party is standing around waiting, you see Bailiff Roberts and his wife leaving out of the front door of their quarters and walking across the courtyard.
Ugh.
Wait until they're out of sight, and then go for it.
Then
Yeah, boy.
just casually walk towards the crypt.
Yep, I think so.
All right. Well, the party nonchalantly walks across the courtyard and like point yourselves in the direction of the soldiers' barracks, which for some reason would make more sense for you to be walking to that building. But as you walk towards the soldiers' crypt or to the soldiers' quarters, then you begin to veer through the gate and into the area where the entrance to the crypt is. And it's a stone door, and it needs a strength check to be opened.
I got it.
I was gonna say, hey, half an hour.
Now you auto succeed, right?
Yeah, I do. Adventures Dark and Deep.
Yeah, it's like a clone of second edition, but as though Gary Gygax wrote it.
Oh, okay, all right.
There's a pun in there somewhere with rules for rape.
What it mean? Well, all it
Being called
means
Dark and Deep.
is like half the book is how to use a trebuchet.
Oh
We-
wow. So anyway, on that note, Hathnar succeeds his auto succeeds his strength check, so he's able to grab the door with his rough dwarven hands and just pull it right open. And the door hasn't been opened in a long time. Before, you can tell because the air smells musty and dry. And then there's a staircase that leads a flight down into the crypt, and it comes out into a simple square room. And in the center of the room are 6 marble slabs, and on 2 of the slabs, one slab contains the body of the bailiff, the other slab contains the body of Arlon.
Is the cleric in here with us?
The cleric steps out from the shadows on the other side of the room.
Damn.
How did you get here before us?
He's like, well, I've had some interest in the crypt for a while, and this is the first chance that I've had to exercise my interest. But while I was investigating around, I found a hidden chamber from the interior of the bailiff's residence to the crypt.
Okay, that's normal. So, I guess we should get started.
And as you say that, the cleric he brings out like a small leather satchel, and he sets it down on the stone slab next to the bailiff's body, and he opens up the satchel and he pulls out just various metal tools that you've never seen before that you wouldn't know what they would be used for, like tiny blades and little forceps and all kinds of things that he would need. And he says if you have a weak stomach, you may wanna turn away. And he cuts the shroud from the body, and then he takes his blade and he makes the surgical incision down the front of. Yes, you can be on lookout. And he makes a
Yeah.
surgical incision down the front of the old bailiff's body, and he reaches his hands inside and he pulls out the liver, and the liver is black. And he says, "See that? This liver is black. That is a sure sign of poison."
Noah nods.
And he
Even
shows
though
he
she
shows
can't confirm that. She can't confirm that herself. She takes his word for it.
and of course he shows the black liver to everybody.
That is one black liver.
He puts it back.
I never thought I'd say this, but if only Corvus were here.
He puts the liver back inside of the body cavity and he stitches up the incision, and then he rewraps the body of the bailiff in the shroud, and he says, "Yes, the bailiff has been poisoned. The medical knowledge that I know and have studied will back me up on that. Will attest to that fact. And most likely the poison, I won't know without testing samples of the tissue, but it seems to me that the probable poison was the demon's ash that was mentioned by the late Corvus."
Of course.
Then he moves over to Arlon's body and repeats the same process. He unwraps the shroud, he makes the incision, he pulls out Arlon's liver, and he says, "Now I know elven anatomy is slightly different than human anatomy, but I believe that the darkened splotches on this elf's liver would also indicate the presence of poison."
I wonder if our elf can clarify this.
I don't think Theron has any medical knowledge other than wrap it up to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, I don't think that's in your wheelhouse as a ranger. Like if you had medical knowledge, it would probably be like a first aid or battlefield medicine.
Yeah.
And then he
What are
picks
those rope things in there?
and then Zavin lifts up each of Arlon's arms in turn, and he says, these abrasions on his wrist, this would indicate that he was either tied or shackled for a long period of time, long enough for the ropes or shackles to cut into his skin. And then he rolls the body over onto its stomach, and he points out the whip and the lash marks on his back, and he says, "You can see fresh lash marks over the top of old ones, which would also indicate that he was held in captivity for a long time." Now, Captain Krug said that he had been gone for about a month, and I would be willing to wager that he was held in captivity for at least that long.
Well, that's a little bit disturbing. This poor elf.
And then Zavin stops and he rolls the body back over onto its back, and he looks again at the liver, and he says that there's a slight difference between the evidence of poison on Arlon and the evidence of poison on the bailiff. The condition of the bailiff's liver would indicate that he was fed the poison in small doses over a long period of time. But in Arlon's case, it looks as if he was fed a large dose of the poison all at one time. And
So that would indicate that somebody close to old bailiff would have been the one poisoning, or at least someone with access to him.
That's definitely one theory. And then Zavin says that that's it. That's all that I can tell from the experiments that we've just conducted. And he stitches up the incision and rewraps the shroud around Arlon's body and says, "Okay, we're done here, unless you want to make use of these scrolls that I gave you."
All right. Can we say that I prepared read magic after our rest?
Yeah.
All right. I cast read magic to read the scroll of speak with dead
Okay.
on the. Hmm, should we do the bailiff or Arlon?
Well, yep.
I mean, we have two of them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have two, but I was thinking we might want to save one for, in case we need it later.
Theron writes down Arlon might have more information of immediate use.
Yeah. We'll do Arlon first, and if we decide that we didn't get enough information, we can always use the second one on the bailiff.
Okay, that's good. So when you cast the read magic on the scroll, and you read the spell and activate the spell, all of a sudden the chamber gets intensely dark, like darker than the darkest darkness. And all of a sudden, in the middle of the table where Arlon's body was lying, you no longer see Arlon as he is dead. You see him as he would have been in life, sitting at a leisurely, elvish kind of recline, and resplendent in his leather armor, and looking very similar to Theron, actually, like an older version of Theron. And the look of drug-induced craze is gone from his eyes, and the look of sickness is and death, the pallor of death, is gone. And he says, I know that you called me back to speak with me about things going on at the keep, and the situation regarding my death. And unfortunately, I can only answer 5 questions for you before I have to go again.
Oh, that's more than I expected.
So alright.
Alright.
He'll allow you to ask any 5 questions, and then he has to depart for the underworld again.
Okay. Can we just let's come up with what questions we want to ask? I mean, obvious one is who killed him,
Who captured him?
who captured him. True.
So is that the first question, or did you guys want to discuss questions first?
Let's come up with the 5 questions first, and then ask them. Or it might be a better idea to ask them one at a time, and then come up with questions based on his answers.
Whatever you guys want to do.
Quite honestly, I can't think of anything in particular to ask myself besides the obvious stuff. So.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we'll start with this one and see where it leads. Alright, so I go up to him and I say, who captured you?
I was in the southern forest, or the forest south of the keep, and I came across some ruins, and I had some information from one of my contacts that there were bandits operating in that part of the forest, and I don't know how they did it, but somehow they were able to sneak up on me, and I was taken captive by a group of bandits.
I go back to talking with the group and I say, I suspect that these bandits may have been at least in some way working with the ones that we encountered earlier. Should we ask him what information he gained while he was scouting around?
No. I suppose we could English major this, and is there any pertinent no. What pertinent information did you gain while you were captive?
That worked.
Well, while I was being held captive for the better part of a month, 3 weeks at the very least, and during my time in captivity, I was being held in what I could only describe as a temple dedicated to chaotic evil. And inside of this temple, I saw every single type of monster you could possibly imagine. I saw kobolds, I saw bugbears, I saw goblins, and they were all being led by a man who called himself Lord Mortis. And he was 6.5, 7 feet tall. He wore a bright red cloak and a skull helmet with long horns on top. And this is the man that not only held me captive, but tortured me and fed me the poison.
And go back to the group and say, it seems as though he has met with Lord Mortis as well. Did his first answer, did we get enough information that we'd possibly be able to track down the location of those ruins, or should we ask him maybe where this Temple of Chaotic Evil was located?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm bad at this. I'm sorry.
I'm just tired.
I think
I can't
that
think of a
should
better.
be-
Yeah, I can't think of a better way to word it.
Alright, go back to him and I ask, where was this Temple of Chaotic Evil located?
He looks right at you and he says, have you seen the maps that I was carrying before I died? The
We
Temple of Chaotic Evil is located in the canyon.
Oh boy.
And another interesting fact about the canyon, this is the fact that made the bailiff send me out to scout in the first place, is that we discovered that the caves that were in the canyon were not natural formations, they were dug out by some sort of creature or an army for some unknown purpose. Once that information was learned, that was why the bailiff sent me out on the extended scouting mission. And at the very top of the canyon is where the Temple of Chaotic Evil is located.
Sorry, I'm writing all this down.
That's alright. We're finally advancing the story this session, so.
Alright, 2 more questions. Or is that... Yeah, we have 2 more questions left.
Oh man.
What's it like being dead? I'm just kidding. Let me look over my notes. Do we recall, like, he was close to the bailiff, right?
Yes, Arlon was. He was close to both the bailiff and Captain Krug and Brother Gilmore. He was like the 4th member of their 4-man adventuring party before they all became stationed permanently at the keep, and before the original bailiff became the bailiff.
So maybe we could ask him if he knows anything about the bailiff's relationship to the woman and, like, her and her children.
Maybe. We might need to word it better.
Yeah.
Um,
We could just say, what do you know about the woman who was burned at the stake and her children?
more
More
The-
specific.
the woman who was burned for witchcraft by the townspeople.
Right. So should we ask that one?
Theranel nod. He thinks so.
Elduin will ask, what do you know about the woman who was burned for witchcraft and her children?
Oh, I know a lot about that. The number one thing I can tell you is that that woman was the only was the only woman Robbie ever loved. He didn't love her anywhere near as much as the woman he ended up marrying. Or vice versa, he didn't love the woman he ended up marrying
Nearly
Okay.
as much as he loved her. But he was young and he didn't know how to use his authority as bailiff, and he thought that it would make the people of the keep happy if he let them make the decision. And then he also mistakenly thought that they would make the right, merciful decision. And once the decision was made, he couldn't go back and override it. And then years later, he found out that the decision was made based on a lie.
What do we
So
do with
we
our
just-
last question?
So, I think we've pretty much established that the child was Robert's son.
Yeah.
And the
I
ghost
think
the ghost of Arlon goes on to further explain that the woman that was burned at the stake, she was set up by another woman. The woman that ended up marrying the bailiff, she didn't love him, but she thought that marrying the bailiff would mean that she would get a position of power, and she basically destroyed the love that he had for the woman that he allowed to be burned by lying and telling him that she had knowledge, like personal knowledge and evidence that she was a witch.
okay.
To
I'm
which,
actually gonna have to agree with Prawns here. I'm getting pretty tired.
oh yeah, I'm gonna call it after this.
Okay.
Good. I mean, I'm enjoying it. It's just, I'm tired.
Yeah.
I was planning on calling it after this part was done.
Okay, one more question.
What do we do with it?
We could ask what he knows about the Lord Mortis. We could ask what he knows about the current bailiff's wife.
Maybe go for the wife angle.
Okay.
Uh, yeah, I can't.
Okay. Well, if we can't come up with a better question, we'll ask. What do you know about the current bailiff's wife?
Not much. She was very secretive, but what I can tell you for sure, and this is information that has come to me from the beyond, she is searching for the relics of Vecna, but her intentions are good.
What?
Okay.
Huh.
Oh, damn.
That's interesting.
And she's actually she's actually one of the descendants of one of the heroes that put Vecna away.
Interesting.
Which may suggest that, in fact, the a woman who was burned. We never got her name, did we?
No, I never said her name.
Okay, the woman who was burned was, also a descendant of that individual.
Or Roberts was,
Or Roberts, that's true.
because, I mean, I know I'm like 80% sure that the wife is a descendant of. Well, yeah, I know I'm fairly certain she's familial related to the wife, to the witch burning. So that means she would also be related to the, or she could be related to Roberts.
Because
Which would mean she's like
there was
the...
one aspect when I told this the story of the maimed king. I had mentioned that there was a group of heroes that were led by a paladin, and there was also one thing I didn't mention is that the paladin was in love with the mage, and the mage was a sorceress from the south.
It seems that there's a long line of incest going on.
And the sorceress and the cleric were the ones that determined that the relics could not be destroyed and found a place to hide them. So then the ghost of Theron looks at you at the party, and he says something before he vanishes, and he says, "I've always thought to myself, what if the keep was built to keep something safe instead of keeping things out?" And then the ghost of Arlon disappears.
Oh boy.
Some info.
Alright, that was pretty productive.
And then we can call it a session right there because everybody's tired, and then we can pick it up with next week with Goliath returning from his healing. If Isabella joins us, she can be resurrected, and then we can speak to the ghost of the bailiff.
Yep,
Oh,
got
right.
Yeah.
a lot of information to share with them.
Does the plot make sense though? Because that's what I was worried about.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, I mean,
It's very intelligent.
obviously we don't have everything like 100% figured out yet, but I mean it's coming together
Yeah.
slowly but surely.
There's a lot going on, but it all like fits up together pretty good.
Awesome. Because as I'm
With
sitting here,
RPGs, it's often about like tying all those disparate like things together, like making connections between little bits. So like as you play, it like starts to make sense.
because when I came up with the plot, I worked backwards as if you were writing a mystery story, because I didn't want it to be just, oh, you go in a cave and you kill some monsters and you get some loot. There's an actual reason why everything is going on, but I also made it to where, like, instead of making a complete story with a beginning, middle, and end, I've created like a modular story. So I'm adding and removing parts as the sessions progress, and like trying to anticipate what's going to happen, so I have different outcomes, almost like a choose your own adventure book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So just as long as the plot makes sense, because I've played in some games before where I'm like, really, dude, that's the motivation for your villain?
Yeah.
He's mad that he burned himself on the pancakes, and now he wants to roll.
Exactly. Now he wants to dominate the world and destroy it.
He stubbed his toe. When
I
he was
mean,
a little boy.
I don't believe in the sympathetic villain, but I also believe that a villain has to have a reason to be a villain. I guess that comes from being, like being a Batman fan and like seeing how all the villains, turn into villains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so he's angry that his mother was killed unjustly. That's his motivation, but there's more to it than that. That's why I mentioned the the line I mentioned about how the memory of his mother's love turned into poison in his veins.
Yeah.
But anyway, this enough of my English major dissertation. So yeah, I'm glad everybody had a good time, and I'm glad everybody doesn't think that the story doesn't make sense. And yeah, we'll pick it up next week.
Yeah.
Alright.
I need to go to bed.
All right,
So-
get some rest. I got to do the same thing.
Yep.
All right,
Alright.
this is fun, guys. Everyone have a good night.
All right, you two. I'll see you
Yeah,
guys
too.
next
See
week.
you guys next week.
See y'all.
See ya.